How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Day Dave, and this is the third live stream post episode 18. I hope everybody is having a fantastic day so far. It has been a really good day. I see there's a whole bunch of you out there right now, so let's take a look and see what we've got going on in the chat, and then we will get going. So I see Dust Bunny saying, hoping to come on for a chat. Well, you're in the you're in the right place. Words are hard. We're starting off strong. There we go. Jody, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day so far. Good night. Let's see. I'm still awake, but I don't know for how long. My dog Pepper was sick all night, so I didn't get much sleep. Don't if I don't answer you, I've probably fallen asleep. Oh, I'm really sorry that your dog's not feeling good. Hopefully, they're starting to feel better and you'll be able to get some good night's sleep. But I completely understand if you do fall asleep. It's all good. Let's see. Dust Bunny says, "Evening, Mr. and Mrs. Jody." Mark K, how's it going? Saying hello. We got a hi Dust Bunny, and let's see, evening Mr. Mark K with a nice little hand wave. Let's rock and roll. I don't know why when I just read that. Actually, I know exactly why. Because I just watched it here recently. Just got the vision of Airheads with Brendan Fraser and Adam Sandler and oh goodness, what's the little guy's name? Um, oh, that's gonna drive me nuts. Let's see. Mark says, away we go. Yes, good day. Oh, Liz says hi. Hi, Liz. How's it going? Let's see. He's been doing a little better today, but only time will tell. Well, here's hoping. I will keep him in my thoughts, and hopefully everything is good to go. Hopefully we'll get a good bounce back. Let's see. Jody says, what do you got to do on the farm? Well, we've got a lot going on. As you can see here, I'm in the kind of overhead view. We still have to do all of this forestry work here. So that's basically what we're going to be working on in the background. I think at the start, though, I'm going to try and pick up some of these loose logs here just to kind of clear a path and start really kind of getting the full scope of how much work's been done up until this point. And I'm also worried that if I keep just knocking all these trees down and leaving them here, that something weird or goofy is going to happen and is going to just disappear all this lumber, all the hard work that I've done. So we're going to, yeah, cure my paranoia, because we all know Farming Simulator has little quirks here and there, and this map has its own little foibles, so we'll see how things go. But we're going to wait at least another minute or two to see if we get anybody else that kind of joins the stream and kind of go from there. And actually, before we get going too hard and heavy onto this, I'm going to take a sip. All right, much better. Jody playing on American Falls. Nice. That is such a good map. Love that map. That, let's see. It was just recently updated. I forget all the updates now. So I ended up staying up just to kind of give y'all just a little heads up into my life. I stayed up until almost 3 o'clock. No, almost 3:30 in the morning last night, getting all those map updates and tours done. Whoo, boy, it was a busy night. Busy night. Let's see. Hey, Mark K, lots of lumber. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it greatly. Yeah, we've got lots of lumber, as you can see, and we still got plenty more to do. We went ahead and we created this whole field here. So, yeah, it has so much stuff to do. It's crazy. So, look at this. Just all this has been knocked down so far, and we still have all this to go. Just, wow, lots and lots of work. But I think we're at a good point now where we can kind of fire this up and get going. So, telehandler it is. And actually, let's do this. We've got to move this move this out just a little ways. Think about right here. There we go. Oh, let it go. Now we're going to get into the harvester here. Let's see. I didn't enjoy the typo, but we will move on. That's all right. No worries about typos. Nobody here judges. Oh, and there's a little donation notification just chiming in my ear. That just reminded me to turn down the volume ever so slightly. Scared the bejesus out of me. Whew! Oh, man. Gonna start out strong, you know? Let's see. Need to release mod better. You know what, Jody? I don't know what's going on with Giants here lately, but it's a very large kind of feast or famine kind of situation that's going on here. I have no idea why. It just seems like they're just holding on to a whole load of mods and then all of a sudden just releasing everything all at once, and it's just makes things, I mean, for what I do here, it makes things rather difficult. But then on the flip side, it's, you know, makes it to where we can do things like this, be able to come on and there we go, be able to come on and just hang out on the live streams and just kind of go from there. So let's see, I think we're now kind of good to set up. Whoa, I always forget just how, not finicky, unwilling to break this this particular telehandler is. I don't know why. It just always seems like it just wants to just keep on trucking. You know what? Let's see if we can pick up a few of these at one time. Why not? There we go. Okay, not too shabby. And now let's grind these up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy, easy. Oh. No! Why, log? Why are you doing this to me? Let's see. See what else. Everybody else is need to release mods better. Just keep on your toes. Yes, that kept me on my toes. That definitely pepped me up something fierce. Jody says there's some good mods come out. Yes, a lot of good stuff came out. Some good maps, some good mods. I'm really impressed with the new update to the Gumpin map. That one really kind of came out of left field. So I remember when that map first came out and I did the tour for it, and I was incredibly unimpressed. Now, overall, I still think it's kind of a low-graded map in my book, simply because there's so much area that is not purchasable. Like, I would say upwards of, I don't know, like 40 or 50% of the entire map is just not playable, not that it's not playable, but it's just not purchasable. You can't do anything with it, and because of that, it just makes it kind of, oh, hey, runaway log. It just makes it to where if you want to change anything about the map, you can't do it. And it's a real kind of bummer and disappointment. But after saying all that, the update, night and day difference with how the map looks and feels now. There's all sorts of new productions. There's new signage for all the production areas. There's just the laundry list that was in the changelog was just intense. It was one of the longest map update videos I've made to date. Like, it was really up there. And just going through all the various different change logs and update, like, it was just crazy. But I'm very, very happy to see that that map got some extra love, because the layout of it's rather nice. Now, square fields, you know, don't much care for that. But when everything's kind of said and done, it's just one of those, you know, kind of is what it is, and you just kind of have to go along for the ride. But I mean, it's not, like I said, not a map that I would consider playing, just because, one, you can't purchase a whole lot of the area, and oh, there was another reason that kind of threw me off when I first got onto it. Oh, like, besides the farm, the only areas that you can purchase are the fields. I mean, that's literally it. So there's just so much of it that is off limits, and those kind of maps really just kind of drive me nuts, because you can't personalize them, you can't do anything about them. But like I said, I will 100% give them all the credit in the world, because they gave it a ton of love, a ton of updates, and great job. Well, chef's kiss. Let's see. Dust Bunny says, Giants keeps telling people they are considering and think of the content creator, map creators, and modders. They're considerate and think of the content creators, map creators, and modders. Huh. I wonder how their release schedule then, like, is considerate in that regard. Because just the massive unloading like that just seems really, really odd to me. And then they released 50 mods in one day and pass. Oh, I probably should have kept reading then. And maps that are broken and need immediate updates. Yeah, there was that one map they released the other day. It's no longer on the mod hub, and I unfortunately didn't go out and uninstall it from my system, so it's still on my system, and I can't uninstall it. Oh goodness. And it's driving me nuts, because I'll do map updates or map tours, and then I'll just, like, skip past it, and all of a sudden it's like it's there, and it's like, oh, it's still there. And I mean, it is what it is. It's not a huge deal. Thankfully, it wasn't a huge map or anything, but when they released that one, that was severely broken. Like, everything about it was just bad, and it was really disappointing, because it's really sad to see that it got past Giants in any way, shape, or form in that kind of condition. Now, I know Giants kind of goes out of their way and just does, like, the major, like, high level testing. They don't go on and really examine every nook and cranny detail kind of thing, which is fine. I get it. They're looking for anything that's going to either break the system, break the map, kind of, or not break the map, but break the system, break the kind of game as a whole, and then they kind of go about it from there. So I mean, it is what it is. It's not a huge deal, but it's disappointing when you get those kind of maps that are just completely, you know, unusable. And I wish I could remember what the map was called, but it was just a really, really bad release. Ooh. We have got all sorts of issues with this load. Oh, hey, come on. It's all twisted. Oh, hey. Come on. There it goes. Perfect. Let's see. And then Dust Bunny finishes off by saying, what is the wood mod you're using? I don't believe I've seen it. So the mod here, this is... where is it? Under miscellaneous, right here. It's called the Lizard TC816. It's also known under the mods as a CR600. And you basically get to use it for crushing up and doing stones to lime, sugar beets to cut sugar beets, wood to wood chips, and then you can actually take bales, like fully made bales, and turn them into loose bales, which is why I really like this mod because, one, it's very universal. It works very well with all the various types of material that you can, chop up, but the great thing about it is that bales, if you want to take bales and make them loose, that's a huge bonus for me. And it works with all the bale types. It doesn't just work with like a forage mixer or mixing wagon. It doesn't just work with the straw, hay, and silage. It also works with grass bales as well, which is really like hard to find. You don't often see either mods or other kind of other types of chippers that'll actually disassemble and turn them into loose those grass bales. So it's nice to do. Nice to see that. But what's really cool about this specific mod is that it's supposed to have 1,000-liter capacity, the hopper here. But if I walk up to it, you can see I'm already up to 20,000 liters that's in the hopper. So it just kind of goes without limit. There it goes. It's a little finicky when it comes to loading into the hopper. The other items, such as anything besides wood, is just fine because you're pouring it right into the hopper bin. But the wood, for some reason, always has some difficulties. But it's nice because it'll absorb it all in one go too, so it's not the end of the world. So let's go ahead and run this over to the production point. I want to see just how much that production point will hold. Because I'm hopeful that it holds a lot. There's going to be a lot of space in it, and if there's a lot of space in it, that means that a lot of this wood is just going to be converted into wood chips, and it's just going to be held there. And when it, finishes, it finishes, and that's fine. Hey, my door's open for some reason. There's a button somewhere for it. Up, down, left, right. Nope. Where? Oh, it's... Let's see. Huh. That's weird. I can't get the door to close. Oh well. Not a big deal. Let's see. By the way, I really like the intro music on your live streams. Well, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. It was one of those that I was kind of going through and trying to be, trying to pick out a really good kind of intro song, both for the live streams, but also for the kind of channel as a whole, because I've got that kind of intro twang to my videos, but then I've got the also I forget what the song's titled, but at the beginning of the live streams, and I was able to splice that in as well as to any intermissions that we have, as well as that outro song as well. So that's the nice thing about YouTube, is they do have a lot of really good selection when it comes to like royalty-free music. I will absolutely give them credit for that one. Let's see. But yeah, we're going to take this up to the composting production. As I mentioned in the last stream, the... Whoa, easy, trailer. What are you thinking? As I mentioned in the last stream, though, the price for logs is a little bit less at its peak, like about $200 per 1,000 liters less than what the compost is at its peak. So figure I'd make a little bit of extra cash doing this, and it's going to be a lot easier to transport. I mean, at first when I was doing everything, I was planning on just doing logs and I was going to sell them off, but that's when I kind of realized, oh hey, I can make this into wood chips and go from there. Let's see what this does here. Ooh. Oh, really? That doesn't hold a whole lot now, does it? Well, that's a bummer. That's a really big bummer. Can you figure that's a little less, oh, maybe about a quarter full. So maybe 100,000 liters, and we were gonna have so much more than that. Oof. All right. I guess it is what it is. Can't really change that. Let's get this back and get loading some more. Let's see. So, Dust Bunny, I'm talking to Mrs. D about coming on to the live stream. She's kind of hesitant about coming on. She's not quite comfortable. So I'm kind of working on it at the moment. You know, really hopeful that I'm going to be able to get her on, but it's just one of those where we can just kind of take our time and kind of gently work her into it kind of thing. So we'll see how it goes. But I know if I keep telling her that you know, people would love to talk to her and say hi kind of thing, I'm sure that eventually we can kind of coax her into it. What is going on here? Oh dear. Whee! And we're stuck. Oh dear. What is going on here? There we go. Alright, so we're going to get back and we're going to keep loading up that hopper. I'm going to have to figure out some kind of storage. Yeah, I'm going to have to figure out some kind of storage for the wood chips because it's not going to hold a lot. Do I... You know what? That might not be a bad idea. Do I own the land up here? I don't. How much is that? Okay, 14. Ooh, hey, road. 14 grand. So I could buy the land that production point sits on, and maybe I could put on some kind of silo, and I can just load the wood chips into the silo and then carry the wood chips from the silo to the production point. Huh. That might be the route we have to take, because it's one of those where I don't want to just hold them loose, because that's going to be a massive pile of loose wood chips somewhere. And I don't think that my silo at the farm takes wood chips. That'll be something I'll have to look into. There we go. Now, one thing I will point out about this grinder too, which is really nice, is that it's on. It's an electric grinder. You can see it's got a power charge at the bottom right-hand corner, but that power charge only applies when you turn on the grinder. But you don't have to turn it on. So it's one of those you can always kind of use it for, like in perpetuity. You don't have to use any of the power for anything. It's kind of weird, but it's nice. I don't know if it's a flaw or like an oversight, but it's really nice, and I do like it because of how versatile it is. especially when it comes to making wood chips. And it's cheap too. The purchase price is not expensive whatsoever. If we go down to miscellaneous, there it is, 20,000. $20,000 for a chipper, a beet cutter, bale slicer, like all those things. Let's see, we're gonna load this in. Oop. Ah, there we go. But yeah, Dust Bunny, I will definitely tell the missus again and see if I can, see if I can get her on, because it was funny because she was kind of interested and she was rather surprised that somebody was like, oh yeah, we should have your wife come on, and it was one of those, like, she was really kind of taken aback. She didn't know what to kind of think of it. But the more I got to talking to her, it's like, it's just, they're interested. People want to say hi, and specifically you, Dust Bunny, have, you've said, hi back and forth and to each other, just kind of through me as the intermediate. Whoa, why did that happen? But we've gone back and forth, just using me as the kind of intermediary. But like I said, she's just gonna have to be coaxed into it. So I'm sure if we keep saying all sorts of nice things about her on stream, we'll talk her into it eventually. Yeah, there we go. Slam dunk. How much is in here? Wow, 30,000 liters. Oh man. See, and I'd almost hate to do this, but it's one of those where I feel like I'm going to save so much time, because right now, you see all this time that I'm using up here just to carry all these chunks of wood over to the grinder. I wonder if I should just go and get the wood chipper, the what is it called? What is it called? Devourer, that's it. Devourer, that's, yeah. 25 grand. I could. Leasing, it's 1,000. Come on. Eat, grinder, eat. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. I mean, it's just... But then I could also use it to clear all this out, but I've got the harvester here. I don't know. You know what? For all the people out there listening to this, help me decide. You know what? Can I... Hold on. I've got this. Oh, I can type, I swear. And bam. We'll see how that goes. So I just started a poll. Feel free to answer the question and let me know what you all think, because I'm not worried about doing the work, but it's one of those we can certainly get through this faster and really start getting getting all this product taken care of, and then we wouldn't have to kind of bounce back and forth between all the different bits of equipment either. So I don't know. What do you all think? Oh, 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 there we go. Open that up. Let's see now. Oh, oh, whoa, whoa, there we go. So yeah, we've got, oh man, we've got so many. And that's the only other downside to this particular grinder here, is that yeah, you get the full size tub. It doesn't just fill up and cap you at 1,000 liters or anything like that. But the problem is the output is so slow. You can see just how slowly the wood chips is going down in this. I would say that's the only negative that I can really kind of nitpick and complain about, is just the rate at which it fills up and dispenses. Let's see. But you figure also that if I get the what is it called? The Devourer, it also increases my capacity by 50,000 liters. So then we can really get up to about 75,000 liters as opposed to doing it this way. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm kind of impartial, not impartial, but indifferent on the whole matter. Let's see. Oh, we got one vote. Or, yeah, one vote. So like I said, let your opinions be known. Let me know what you think, because I will go ahead and go with whatever the poll says. If y'all want me to go ahead and just make this faster so we can get to making this field faster, then we can do that. Or I can just keep on chugging along and hanging out with y'all. Either way, I'm good. There we go. Let's see. So we'll let this poll go, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes. See what everyone says. Get everyone's buy-in. Let's see. We'll minimize that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, we got 2 votes at 100. I say yes. My computer froze and I had to reboot. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Alright, we got 2 votes. We'll wait another couple of minutes to see how everybody else goes. And there we go. I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of leaning that way myself, just because I'm really excited to get this field done. And I'm going to need to get, you know what? That's the other thing, too, is I have to get the Devourer anyways, because I got to clear out all the stumps. Yeesh. Let's see. We got 2 votes. Are you looking for a way to make some good money from wood chips? So I think I've got a good way for making the money from the wood chips. Up in the north, I delivered the first load to the compost facility right here. Now, unfortunately, the bad part about that composting facility is it doesn't have a large capacity. It looks like it has maybe about 100,000 liter capacity. I know there's other means to make really good money when it comes to wood chips. The carpentry, I cannot remember who made it, but this one over here, Oh, yeah, this one by the packing facilities. This one makes wood chip pellets, and it's super fast, really quick to make them, and it pays really good. So it's one of those that as long as you've got an abundance of wood chips, or even if you're just using the facility to kind of process and make furniture, and using the wood chips that it creates as a byproduct, it's a really good facility. Yes, that facility is awesome. It's one of my go-tos. It is very much one of my go-tos. How much we got going? That's almost full. You know what? The poll's been going 6 minutes. We got 2 votes. I think I'll be vote number 3. I'm gonna wait for this trailer to fill up, and then we will go ahead and get that devour. So I'll go ahead and just end the poll from here. Thank you all so much for participating in that. Because, like I said, I was kind of indifferent, but now that I'm kind of thinking about it, we're gonna be able to get things done a whole lot faster, going about it this way. I'm just gonna have to. Let's see. Oof, we still got 30,000 liters in there. Oh my goodness. The only other bad part about this is the fact that, let's see, can I now close the door? Hey, I can close the door now. The only other bad thing about this is that you can't just unload from this machine onto the ground. It has to be into a trailer or something, and it's got a really low kind of tipping point. The way that you can only really kind of fix that is getting some other conveyor belt that's a bit higher. So if you got a big trailer, it really doesn't work that well in the big trailers. This one works just fine because the height of it, but again, it's not a big deal. It is what it is. I do like that particular. Yeah, see, we're almost done. When we go from here, we'll go up to the shop first. We gotta pass right by it. We'll pick up the Devourer, and then we will drop off this load at the compost facility. Once we drop it off the compost facility, we'll then kind of go from there. So I think this will work out a lot better, and I'll be able to clear out some of these stumps, be able to pick up a lot of these rogue logs, and just kind of go from there. I think, yeah. And seeing that I'm going to go about it this way, let's go ahead and just pull the trigger on getting rid of that. We don't need the harvester anymore. We're not making lumber. We're not selling it for cash. I just kind of... Whoa, what just happened there? Huh, that was odd. Huh. Tried turning and just wouldn't turn. Yeah, I think this will work out a lot better. It'll be a lot faster. We'll get an additional 50,000 liters of capacity. So we'll get up to, what is that, 74,500 liters at our maximum. So I think at the end of the day, I'll be okay with this. Let's see. Go here. There we go. Now let's pick up that Devourer. Let's see. That's here. Forestry equipment. And we'll just lease it. It will have a finite usage. It's only $1,000 to lease as opposed to $25,000 to own. There we go. We've got it. Now let's dump this out. Yeehaw, here we go. I'm excited. Now I think that we're going to make a lot more progress really fast. And the way that I cut some of the trees too, it might actually work out better because I think I may have left some of the actual wood chippable material behind. So you know how when you cut down a tree, either with a chainsaw or with a harvester, whatever it may be, when you cut it down and you leave too large of a stump, and sometimes you can actually get a little extra product from that stump. Um, I feel like there's several of those that I had. That's the unfortunate part with the auto targeting, especially with the terrain and how it's kind of very hilly on this portion of the map, or at least where I've got the field that I'm creating. The header of the cutter can't get all the way down to the ground and get to the lowest level. So there's some of those trees that if I'm up on the like higher on the hill, it will leave a little bit of extra meat behind. So I think that, like I said, I think I'll get a little bit of extra chips from the kind of final cutting of some of the stumps. But whoa, what happened here? Oh, well, that's not very nice. Well, guess we'll save and fire back up. Oh. Okay, well. Huh. Don't know what happened. I even tried clicking in a multiplayer and it was like, nope. Nice try. Well, we can take this as a good opportunity to get a drink and... Oh, goodness. So, how's everybody doing tonight now that the entire stream has come to a complete standstill? Holy cow. I don't know what just happened there. We were just trucking along and all of a sudden, boop. Guess I'm not the only one having computer problems tonight. Nope. I don't know what just happened. It just seemed like the connection to the server, I don't know, maybe it's the something just happened with Giant server. I mean, it's let me back in. You know, hopefully it's temporary and it doesn't plague us throughout the rest of the evening. Oh no. I hope I didn't just lose that 30,000 liters worth of wood chips in the hopper of the grinder. Oh, I will be sad if we lost all that. I mean, it's not going to be a huge deal if we lost it. It'll stink, but it is what it is. One of those no sense crying over spilt milk, I guess. There we go. And so we got 14,800 liters of compost. Yeah, see, it doesn't hold that much, does it? And I'm really shocked it's not producing compost as fast as I thought it would with as many processes we have running. We've got the grape pomace, we've got the olive oil, or not olive oil, the olive pomace, we've got grass, we've got wood chips, we've got chaff, and we got alfalfa. I mean, we got so many different products that is producing compost, but I don't know, I just figured that it would be just be going a little faster. Not a big deal. Let's see. Mr. Looney Farm Guy always says, and just remember, it's only a game. Yes. Yes. I wish that more people would take that to heart. Especially with like sports games or like Call of Duty is a perfect example. You see people just get so bent out of shape over just a video game. Like, I could see getting, worked up and amped up if you were like in a competition or like there was something on the line, more than just like pride, but like a prize or money or something, like being upset or disappointed is one thing, but when you're just playing the game, you're just supposed to be having fun. You're not supposed to be like getting so amped up and so bent out of shape that you throw a hissy fit. I've seen people like take their controllers, whip them onto the ground. I've seen videos of people take like a controller for their Xbox, PlayStation, whatever they're playing, and whip it at their television, rip the television down from the wall. The whoops, like the whole meltdown kind of thing. And it's like, man, you're just playing a game. Like, why? What makes you think that that is an appropriate reaction to have? I never understood that. Just, I don't know. Maybe it's my age. Maybe I'm calmer than the average person. I don't know, but it just seems weird to have that kind of a meltdown over something that you literally have no stake in, no skin in it other than pride. I don't know. Just let's see. And then Dust Bunny says, "But oh how the game can make you shake your fist at your computer and want to take a hammer to it." Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is just one of those how just you can get so worked up and emotional over certain things that happen. Like, don't get me wrong, there are times where I get frustrated. Like, if I'm playing on this map in particular, there's been times where I've gotten kind of frustrated playing because of the glitches or the weird kind of things that have popped up from time to time. But it's one of those, like, it's frustration only. It comes, it goes, and then I move on kind of thing. But to see like those kind of reactions, it just always just bewilders me. Oh no. Oh no, we lost it. 30,000 liters just down the tube. Oh well, like I said. Oh, gotta unfold the pipe, which is no. Where's unfold pipe? Pipe out. There it is. Oh, I forgot about this. It's gonna be difficult to. Well, what is happening? Am I? Oh, hey, there's a stump right there. Well, that's not very nice. What is... Come on. Well, thankfully I have my telehandler here. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, don't tip it over. Just lift it out of the way. There we go. That works. Let's see. Oh, I see BDD Gaming from Dust Bunny, but let's see how. What? There we go. Okay, we are unstuck. There we go. You got to hit these at just, if they're falling, you have to hit them at just the right angle, or else they don't want to absorb right. Let's see. What is... I'm trying to think of the best way, because most of these are going to face the other way, so I should probably turn around. So I think the best way to get them to absorb properly is at the top instead of the bottom. Yeah, see, that one went. No, I don't want you to... There we go. So why isn't it loading up the trailer? What is going on here? Okay, I can unfold. Huh. Well, we are just having all sorts of issues here tonight, aren't we? Oh dear, don't do that. Don't, stop. Cease, desist. Come on. There we go. Let's see. I don't know why. There we go. Now it's just a matter of playing bumper cars until we absorb all the trees. But I don't know why it's not going into the trailer. Like, do I need to get a new trailer? It's just... Alright, well... I don't know why it's not loading. That's so weird. But yeah, look at that. We made so much more progress in this short amount of time. Alright, well, if it's not going to load into the trailer, let's see, can we... I guess we got to get a different trailer. We're just batting 1,000 tonight, aren't we? Whoops, hey. And again, this is why you don't look at things and drive at the same time. Wait a minute. I was at 50,000 liters. Where did the, what, almost 1,100 liters go? Or 1,001 liter went? Let me guess, it just went into the trailer as I passed by it? I don't know what's going on. Oh well. Oh well. Alright, let's see what we can do about a trailer. Ooh, this is... We could do this. 182,000 liters. This would give us a lot of capacity. We can get through it real fast. Change it to a bumper pull. Alright, well. Let's see. Now we're talking. Yes. Now we are talking. I am happy about this. All right, so we've got a whole new trailer. We're going to have it temporarily. We're not going to keep this one. Increased capacity, so now we have, what was it, 182 plus What was it? 50? So well over 230,000 liters. Ooh, hey. Watch out for that tree. Holy cow, we've got so... Whoa, don't hit that tree. I don't want that one gone. Alright, well, we're making progress. Alright, so it is loading it into the trailer actively, so I saw the animation move. I'm happy about that. Nope, nope, nope. Stop that. Stop it. I almost need to get one of those receiver hitches so I don't have to... So I get that little bit extra throw in the trailer as it turns. See? Yep, there it went. Little nubbin. Too heavy? No, not too heavy. Come on, pick it up. There it goes. Alright, well, we're making progress. We're doing what we have to do to get this where it needs to be. There we go. Come on. Yeah, see, I think that's going to work out way better than... This is just a far superior... like, if you're making wood chips, just go with this. It's so much easier, so much nicer. You don't have to, like, kind of run around and deal with the lumber. I mean, that's if you're like me. I don't really like... it's not... you know what? That's probably not the right way to say it. It's not that I don't like doing, like, wood and like, harvesting wood and trees and stuff. But it just... After a while, it just becomes so tedious. Like, it just... You don't feel like you get the kind of satisfaction from harvesting lumber as you do kind of other products. Come on. No, guess not. We are making a good amount of wood chips. The unfortunate part is that we're going to have to figure out a way to deal with the excess right after this load, because this is going to fill it up. Let me go. Let me go. Let's see. Maybe come at it from this angle. There we go. Whoops. 130,000 liters of wood chips, and we're not even that far away from where we started. We're gonna have millions upon... I think we're gonna have millions of liters worth of wood chips when everything's said and done, with just this one area. It might be... I might have to figure out something else to do with the wood chips besides just compost. I was hoping the composting facility held more wood chips, but I was wrong. I mean, who knows? Maybe I will take up that carpentry facility just to start pumping out some pellets. I mean, because I don't think there's anything native on the map that would accept wood chips, like at the carpentry or at the sawmill. Maybe I'll have to test that. Maybe I'll have to go back and see what, if anything, I can do with these extra wood chips. Wow, I am just absolutely blown away with just how much we got. I am happy that this is going a lot better than I thought it was, because I was worried at first about getting this because these are all on the ground. They don't tend to absorb that easily. But it's doing a lot better than normal. For some reason, maybe something changed here recently? I wasn't aware. There it goes. Oh, come on. We are trying. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Oh my goodness. All right, now got 188,000. If we get it up to the 230, then we've got to address where to store the rest. So the only thing I can think of is to have a silo. Maybe have a silo here. Just something to use temporarily, and then I can... Oh, you know what we could do? Ooh, that might actually work. There's that one kind of build-it-yourself silo system where you can have the kind of discharge pipe just placed anywhere and a kind of intake placed anywhere, and I think it takes wood chips. I think it's a multi-fruit. So if that's the case, then that would be a good option. I could put it over by the what is it called? I could put it over by the little covered awning, the oh goodness, the little shed that's over on the other side of this property there. Could have the spout kind of jetting from one of the poles or something. I don't know. Maybe. All right, we're almost full. There we go. Nice. 232,000 liters of wood chips, and we're not even off of the kind of first side. That's crazy. We're gonna go up north and fill up that facility. Might as well, and then come back here and figure out what I can do about storing these wood chips. That's really all we can do at this point, is just have a place to hold them. Yeah, that's all I can think of doing, is just having some silo space And then maybe later, like I said, maybe we'll install the carpentry. Maybe we'll make some wood pellets. But again, I'll have to double check and make sure that the sawmill down in the southwest corner of the map, to see if the sawmill and carpentry down there don't have any kind of wood chip uh, capabilities. Because if it does, I might as well just use something that's native to the map. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Because I don't know if I have enough property space anywhere to really kind of build up that one facility without having to go out and buy some land on its own. The traffic is so funny on this map sometimes. It's so funny. It just kind of stutters and stalls, and there's certain parts of the map where the cars will actually start doing like 360s on like two wheels. And it's just funny to see those things kind of happen from time to time. It's like I want to know exactly why. Like, what was coded right in that location for all of a sudden the car just starts doing spins and wheelies and all this stuff. Like, what happened there? I know, again, just the way my brain works is I want to know the whys. Why did something happen the way that it happened? All right. So let's see what this will take, and then we'll have to figure out where to go from here. That or no, because then I would have to purchase this land and a silo. Yeah, no, I don't know. $98,000 is the maximum it'll take. Oof, just oof. All right, well, what can we do? So it was what, 14 grand to buy this? That is up here. 14,000 to buy this plus the silo itself. How much of a silo? Let's see. We got a 5 million liter here for 10 grand. But that's gonna take up too much space. Yeah, see, I don't think this is gonna be. I don't think there's gonna be a good option here. But see, you got this here. This is the one I was kind of kicking around. Is the build your own silo? You got the. But see, that's 48 grand. Plus the pipe. Ugh, what can we do? I mean, we got these ones here. Isn't there a wood chips one here? Wood chips, big. 80 grand, nope. Huh. I have no idea. Million. That's bales and pallets. All sorts of bales and pallets. Let's see. Molasses, storage. This is the barns. More bales and pallets. That's root crops. Bark mulch. Oh, wait. Wood chips. 10 million. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. This is 10 grand. So grand total would be $24,000 to purchase the land. And I could put this here. Wait, can I put into it? Or is this just one where I can buy? Oh, I'm so wondering. I wonder. Oh, you know what? There are these kind of silos here. These little shed silos. I don't remember how much they hold, though. I forget what the mod was called, but for 10 grand, and I think wood chips is one of the inputs. I know these are built kind of separate, and I think Zuttelzock made these. I could be wrong about that. Alright, well, we might as well stop humming and hawing and get to doing something that I can do. I don't think my silo at the farm takes wood chips. I'm almost positive it doesn't. You know what? I can check that. Why don't I do that? No, doesn't take it. I don't have storage on the map capable of accepting that. Like I said, what I'm worried about is that if I purchase that, or you know what, that's a thought. I could purchase the silo over at the field that I'm making, and then once I have it, I could test if I can dump into it. In worst case scenario, I sell it and I get 5 grand back. And that way I'm only out 10 grand rather than... And I think it was, what, 10 million liters of space? Yeah, it might not be a bad solution. I think that's the way, yeah. Why not? Let's give that a try. Because I think that'll solve a lot of my problems. I won't have to spend a whole ton of money. And if I'm wrong and it doesn't work as like a place that I can input into, well then, oh well. You know, I'm out 5 grand rather than, you know, what would it be, like 19 grand? Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. I'll give it that a try. We'll go back to the field there. We'll find a flat piece of land that I'll be able to just kind of plop down the silo and see if I can put into it. Like I said, the only reason I'm humming and hawing and I'm worried about is I didn't see an input. What I saw was a wrench that allows you to buy the wood chips and allows you to take out, but I didn't see where you could actually put into it. So I'm nervous. That's the reason why I'm nervous. I don't know if it'll actually work as a silo. But we're gonna go over here where the ground is a little bit flatter. Whoa there. Okay, about right here maybe. Silos. Nope, that wasn't it. Molasses. Wood chips. Okay, 10 million liters. Yeah, see, if I'm wrong, then it's not a huge deal. Maybe right there? Yeah, $10,000 just to get it set. Oh, yes! Oh, cool. Oh, that makes me happy. So we can just put in... Yeah, and see, and you can buy and refill the wood chips. But we don't need to do that. We can just... Yeah, and start filling. So, yeah, that works perfectly. Ah, cool. Here, let's go back to the other side where we were. I can't wait to see this when it's all said and done and all this is clear, just to see, like, from ground level, what the true scope of all the work that we put into this. What just happened? There we go. Wow, I just cannot believe just how much we've done up to this point, and it just feels like a drop in the bucket. So now we just need to kind of keep doing our laps and picking up everything as we come across it. It almost seems like if I hit these going at a little bit faster a speed, that it just registers it a little easier. I don't know. Maybe the impact is just enough of a shock to get it to absorb? I don't know. It doesn't help when you run over them. Alright, come on, this way. Let me go. Why? Let's see. MGL, hi crew. Can't stay long, just having some lunch, and it's after 1 p.m. here. Holy smokes. That's, I always forget just how big of a time difference there is just globally. It's... When you're kind of thinking in your own little world, it's just not something you tend to think about. But doing the YouTube, it's something that gets pointed out rather regularly is, you know, hey, I live here, I live there. So it's really cool. But hey, really glad you're able to join us for lunch. How's your day going so far? As you can see, we are just trying our best to clear out this field as quickly now as possible, because this field is just an absolute beast. We took on quite a big project here. Come on. Eat, devour, eat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, no. No, no, no. Bad. Bad bad lumber. Oh my goodness. What is going on here? Come on. There we go. Ooh, man. Going good, thanks. Good. I'm glad to hear that. We are, like I said, this has actually been a really wild stream because nothing seems to be going the way that I was hoping it was going to go. You know, hoping for a smooth, just a lumber-filled kind of live stream, and then nope. Hey, see? And then we just get hung up on every piece of whoa. Every piece of downed logs and just nothing seems to just want to work out right. There we go. Now we're talking. But we've already got one full trailer load here full of lumber, and that was sent off to the composting unit as well as our new wood chip site. No. Oh my goodness. There's just so many things to dodge. Oh my goodness. It's like bumper cars, but nothing's moving. Well, at least I'm moving. Nothing else is. There we go. Now we're talking. Just keep. There it goes. I'm just so curious on how much we're going to get out of wood chips off this whole field. So I've said this a few times on previous streams. I'm going to say it again here. This is by far the largest undertaking I've ever taken when it comes to creating a field, both with the kind of lumber aspect as well as just the whole kind of square footage when it comes to the field itself. And to think that we've already gotten over, what is it, 400,000 liters I think in total of wood chips just up until this point, and then you throw into it all the stuff that we still have yet to pick up. There it goes. Come on. Let's do this. Come on. Got so many trees. Holy smokes. And what's also really like wild to me is this area seems so sparse. Like the trees, there doesn't seem to be this many trees. But we're getting hundreds of thousands of liters of chips, and because of that it's just so deceptive, this area. I mean, I'm glad, I'm happy about it. It's just I wouldn't have thought with as kind of spread out as all the trees, because you go onto some maps and you've got, you know, so many trees, just one right on top of the other, one on top of the other, and then all of a sudden you get onto here and you can literally see through the entire forest. Even without all the work that you do, there's enough open space to where it's not going to hinder your view. But there's certain forests on certain maps where you go on there and you can't see maybe, I don't know, 2-3 feet into said forest. Oh, I was hoping that wouldn't happen. Come on. Come on. No. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, come on. Oh, this isn't good. Oh dear. Okay. That works, I guess. I cannot. I tell you what, I cannot wait until we get to the stones. I can't wait until we get to planting the grass. We're going to make this a one giant grass field. We're going to get so much silage off of this one area. Oof. There we go. Oh, come on. Alright, well, we'll deal with that later. Let's get these trees. It's so wild how much the terrain can be hidden because of the canopy of trees or the oh yeah, like just the kind of forest. Like you see how the actual terrain is kind of over in this area, and there are some areas that are just really hilly, like where I'm at right now. Like the kind of shift right here is very intense, but I never knew it was here because of all the trees that kind of shaded it, all the bushes as well. That's something else that was here. And it's amazing just how the map makers can really add detail to a map and then just kind of cover it up, and it's no longer there. Kind of, and it's not that it's no longer there, but that it's no longer like detectable kind of thing. It's really kind of a cool thing because you never know what they could be hiding. I think the next pass through, I'm gonna buy one of those trailer uh, trailer add-ons. I can't think of what it's called. There it goes. Um, the drawbar. That's it. The drawbar. Just so I can get a little bit more range out of this trailer. I think that'll help out a ton, especially with the turning radius and all that. We're almost up to our next. All right, one more tree, I think. One more little nubbin. Right? Yes. All right. Turn that off. Lift that up. Wow. Another 232,000. So that's what? Do 232 times 2. That's 464,000 liters of wood chips that we've gotten since we bought this trailer, because we've gotten 2 full trailer loads. Like that's incredible. And we still look at how much more we still have before we even get through the entire area that we just cut, let alone um, all the rest of it. Oh, yes. Love it. Love it. Love it. 414,000. Now see, if I was really thinking before putting this in, I would have looked at the productions that were available
to see if I could find one. Oh, that's actually a good idea. I could get one of the wood storage productions and use that to kind of facilitate the transfer of. Oops, 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 oops. Don't do that. Don't do that. There we go. But I could use that to facilitate the transfer into the compost and really any other productions that I decide to put in with wood chips. That might not be a bad way to go.
Might be a lot easier too. Oops, 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 oops. There we go. Jody says, had to run to the store. I am back.
Well, hey, welcome back. Hopefully you got something good, maybe some yummy treats or something. I don't know why I've had such a sweet tooth here lately. Normally I don't care for a lot of sweets, but here lately I don't know what it is. I've been wanting just cakes and chocolates. You know what it is? I think I actually just figured it out. My birthday is coming up, and my wife makes a old family favorite, or one of my family favorites, birthday cakes, specifically a type of icing that she used, and we always called it. It was Mrs. LaJoy's icing, or frosting, and my mother used to make it for me when I was growing up for years and years and years, and it's something I remember oh so fondly. And my wife is very, very kind that she went out of her way to learn the recipe and kind of pick up the tradition after my mother passed. And I think that I'm looking forward to the sweet, the to that. Yeah, we'll actually just buy that outright. Is this a pin hitch or is this a ball? I think it's a pin. Yeah, there we go. Um, so I think that's what it is. I think I'm just really looking forward to that, and because I'm thinking about that, it's just a matter of time before all like I just want sweets. And it's also, you know what? It's also Halloween coming up here soon. Maybe that has something to do with it. I'm seeing a whole bunch of candies and stuff in the stores. I don't know. Let's see. It's a good time to have sweets too. Yeah, being right here next to Halloween. Uh, we haven't decided yet as to what we're going to do with our daughter, um, in the way of actually like taking her out trick or treating. Uh, there was a plan on going over to our sister-in-law's in her neighborhood, but haven't hashed that all out. Oh, and I will be right back in just 1 second. I'm going to put the stream on pause. Let me get pulled off to the side of the road. There we go. I'm going to put the stream on pause. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Sorry about that. My wife is getting ready to go to bed, and she wanted to wish me good night. But I also made mention to her that we're certainly looking forward to try and get her onto the stream, so we can all kind of hang out together and have some fun. And she, like I said, she's very open to the idea of coming onto the stream. It's just one of those that she kind of has to build herself up for it. But and Dust Bunny, she said, and really to everybody on stream, she wished everyone having a hope. Blah, 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 words. She wished everyone having a good night, and she hopes that everyone has a fantastic evening, day, night, wherever anybody is watching this. There we go. So now with that drawbar in the back, that's going to make this so much easier. Let's put that down, that back on, because now we can kind of pivot around and not hit the trailer as easy. All right, we are chugging along. Yes, now we're talking. Oops, I minimized the chat and didn't bring it back up. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Jody says, okay, and then says, my wife says she loves playing the game. She's playing on that 2K20. Oh, the Froling. 2K23. Nice. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that she's enjoying it. Is there anything in particular that she enjoys to do more than others, or is she just kind of enjoying the entirety of the game itself? Oops. There we go. What happened there? There we go. Okay. Nice. See, and that's exactly the type of thing I was talking about earlier. Some of the trees I cut too high just because of the harvester and the way it was positioned, and got a little stump left over that can actually accept wood chips as an output. So that's really nice. I'm happy about that. Let's see. Jody also says, hope you and your family have a good Halloween. Well, I hope the same for you, Jody. It's one of those, hopefully you got a little one running around here soon, and you'll be able to do the same thing. Because, like I said, we were talking about going over to our sister-in-law's, and I guess it's kind of, how do I want to say it? It's one of those that we don't necessarily want to go to her neighborhood, because it's a bit smaller kind of thing. We were thinking about going to her old neighborhood, because she's got a bunch of friends who live there still, and we can meet up with them and all get together and have a good time. But one of those where I guess the one friend that we were gonna catch up with, I guess she has to work really late, so we're likely not going to be able to go to that neighborhood, but instead we'll just there we go. I don't know, like I said, it's all just kind of in the air at the moment, but we got all of our costumes in finally, and we're really looking forward to it. We are going to be the Flintstones this year, so I'm going to be Fred, my wife's Wilma, and we've got little Pebbles. So that we're really looking forward to that, because last year what we did is we dressed up as the Ghostbusters, and I was Peter Venkman, the character that Bill Murray played. My wife was Sigourney Weaver's character, and then my daughter, because she would have been less than 1 at the time, she was the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And she had a little cute little outfit that she was all done up in. It was ridiculously cute, and she just had a ball. But she was still too young to like carry around the basket and do any of the trick or treating. So we didn't get any of the goodies. So we ended up having to get some of the treats from our nieces that we ended up going with as well. And that's the funny thing is, You can always take the uncle tax, or the what I ended up calling it last year. I think it was the candy checks is what we ended up doing last year. So, oh, we gotta check the candy, make sure that nothing's wrong with it, kind of thing. Which I'm convinced that's just what parents do, just so they can get some of their kids' candy. It's like, oh no, there's bad people out there, and they'll do things to it, and I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure there's a bunch of crazy stuff that happens in the world, but I think that more than likely we just use it as an excuse just to be able to get the candy before the kids do. That's my hypothesis, at least. My father will neither confirm nor deny the claim that I've just made. Oh, come on now. Oof. We are just... There we go. Come on, get this big old pile. Oy, oy, oy.
Let's see. Jody says she loves doing a harvest.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that there's so many good things about this game that, like I said, it just can appeal to anybody. It really, really can. And there's so many different things that you can do that there's just tons of different stuff that.
Uh-oh. What do we got going on here? CS Benji says, it's Rusty Gaming Raid. Hey! Well, thanks for joining us. Hope everybody's doing fantastic so far. Towboat Fish says, Rust Money Gaming Raid incoming. And John Brock says, hi. How's it going, everybody? Thanks for joining us here over at BDD Gaming. Hope everybody's having a fantastic time so far. Right now, as you can see, we are cleaning up a big, big mess that I have made. Whew, boy. Oh, come on. Oh, my goodness. Ay, ay, ay. So, for those who are just joining us, needless to say, we've had quite a few issues going on. Because we're picking up all these logs from the floor, it's just not cooperating in the slightest. And, oh, come on. But no, like I was saying there, Jody, there's so many different things, so many aspects of this game that are just so fantastic, that you can find just about anything to appeal to somebody, to anybody. Even if somebody may not like the game kind of in theory kind of thing, if you can actually get them to commit to like just sitting down and looking at it, trying it, getting the controller or gamepad in their hand to try it, then there's going to be something they take away from it that's like, oh, well, that was cool. I enjoy doing that, and I enjoy, X, Y, and Z kind of thing. If you can get them to kind of, take the time to actually try it out, because that's what I've done several times. I'm explaining the game to people. It's like, oh, well, what are you doing, kind of thing, and I'll sit there and say, oh, I'm playing Farming Simulator. Farming Simulator, what's that? Oh, well, it's a game where you literally simulate farming, and it's like, oh, well, that sounds boring, or oh, that's oh, that's nice, kind of thing. And it's just one of those where I don't think anybody can truly do this game justice just by describing it. But once you can get them to kind of sit down and actually look at it, and kind of take a second to really absorb what's going on and all the different aspects. Like I've got a brother-in-law who I ended up having come over one day, and he's like, oh, what you doing? Because he's a pretty good gamer as well, and
he's sitting around and he's just kind of, oh, what you doing? Because I had it paused in the background kind of thing, because we were just sitting there kind of talking. And he's like, oh, what kind of game are you playing? And I'm telling him about it, and he's like, oh, well, that's nice, as he's just kind of, I don't want to say like rolling his eyes or anything like that. It's just not something that kind of seemed like it would interest him. But then all of a sudden, I turned it on. It's like, hey, well, you want me to show you what it is, kind of thing. And he's like, yeah, I guess so. You can fire it up. And so I'm starting to do my thing, and I'm explaining all the different things that you can do, from stone picking to harvesting and all that different stuff. And he's like, you know what? This is actually kind of cool. And then he's kind of sitting around. And he's like, how much of this is actually kind of true to life? And it's like, well, I mean, there's certain things that you kind of take liberty with, and there's other things that you don't, kind of thing. There's some things that are more true to life than others. And he's like, oh, well, that's kind of cool. Holy smokes, the screen has moved quite a bit. So let me catch up with everybody. Let's see, John Brock, I read that. Rusty Money Gaming, Rusty Money Raid. How's it going, Rusty Money? Hope everything's going good so far. Nuclear Salmon, Rusty Raid. We got Eric D, Rusty Money Gaming Raid. Holy, clapping with everyone, says Grant Miss S, or Mr. S, sorry about that. Rusty Money, how is BDD Gaming? Thought you would give you a nice raid here tonight. Well, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you all for stopping by. I hope everybody's having a fantastic time so far. I am doing fantastic. I'm actually in the middle of cleaning up my huge mess. As I was saying, this is, and for all of you new to the channel or new to the stream here, this is by far the largest field that I have ever attempted to create, both in a live stream capacity, the Let's Plays, the whole 9 yards. This is by far the largest. And to kind of give you scope, let me go ahead and bring up the map really quick, because it's big. It's pretty good size. So I took all of these fields from, let's see, 17, 18, 120, 119, 118, and 117, and made this pretty big field. I think it's the largest one available on the map, maybe? Pretty close, at least. So I'm pretty excited that this is kind of a new adventure for me, kind of thing. And I was originally going to just cut all these trees down and use them for lumber, kind of thing, to use them for getting cash, because as you can see, I've only got $81,000. I'm a little cash strapped at the moment. But then I got to thinking, well, maybe I've got a production that might take it. And I realized that there's the production I just bought a couple of episodes ago for compost. And when I started looking up the prices, I realized, oh, well, I can actually make a little bit more per 1,000 liters making the wood chips into compost. So I'd bought all the tools and the harvesters to be able to do the wood sales, just leaving his wood and going from there. And I was a little hesitant to do what I'm doing now. I didn't want to just go out and buy the Devourer, or release the Devourer in this case, just to, just to waste all the money I spent on, what am I caught up on? Let me go. There we go. There we go. So anyways, like I was saying, it just, I was really hesitant to just go out and spend more money that I didn't necessarily have to spend. It's just kind of the way I am. If I don't have to, double dip into the same kind of process, then I tend not to. But I finally broke down and decided, let's just go ahead and do it, because it's going to be so much faster. All right, let me continue on with this. Saying Rusty Raid from Frank Jones, Eric D. I honestly never thought I would enjoy Farm Sim until I played it. Eric D, that's exactly what I was talking about. It's that kind of, if somebody just tells you what Farming Simulator is, it can come off as boring, or it can come off as just something that isn't necessarily something that is going to be as enjoyable as it is. But as soon as you get the controller in hand, as soon as you get the computer screen, whatever, platform you're playing it on, all of a sudden you realize just how magical this game can truly be. And I know I'm using very strong language when I say that, but I truly believe that this is one of the greatest games that have ever been created by far. By far. It is by far one of the most dynamic games. It is by far one of the just one of the most, how do I want to say it? One of the most dynamic, just in the way that it can be played. I've said on the streams many times, and in live, not live stream, in episodes and all that, I've said it many, many times, where depending on the type of gamer you are, depending on how your play style is, this game can adapt. If you are an ultra realistic kind of gamer, similar to maybe I think it's Daggerwin, who plays very ultra realistic kind of gaming style. I could be wrong about the actual person, but oops, why? What happened here? Okay. Oh, sorry, I started panicking there because. So anybody who's not familiar with this map, this is the Hills of Tuscany. Hills of Tuscany has a lot of, we'll say, faults. There's a lot of issues with it that I've discovered in my Let's Play series. And they'll just pop up out of nowhere. Something will be working fine one minute, and the next it's just all of a sudden just not working. And it's a really weird thing. And every once in a while something will happen, and all of a sudden I'll just kind of, take a moment. It's like, oh no, did something just break? Or oh no, did I have to deal with something else that's broken, kind of thing. It's just, yeah, it's just been a fun Let's Play, a fun map. And I do enjoy this map with the faults and all. It just kind of adds a little bit of charm. But the only reason I can say that is because there hasn't been a fault up until this point that has been kind of game breaking. If one of those were to just appear, I would be really, really sad and probably wouldn't be able to continue on with the Let's Play series. It's just one of those kind of thing. Because I had to restart this map once already because of a error that came up with the grape harvesting that's over in the vineyard on the western portion of this map. Let's see. Sorry, my wife is concerned about something. Let me respond to her just really fast. I apologize. There we go. So anyways, yeah, so there's been several issues, and one where I had to restart the entire series, but I was only like a couple of episodes in, so it wasn't that big a deal. I didn't have to redo a whole lot. It was just enough to kind of be a minor annoyance, and that was about it. Ay, 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 there's stumps everywhere. I want my freedom. Let me go. There we go. Ha ha ha. Nice. Let's see. So we've got Rusty Money saying thank you to Rusty Money, or Rusty FS community, for joining us with this raid. Hey, like I said, I greatly appreciate everyone who showed up. I greatly appreciate Rusty for raiding the channel. It's actually my first raid, so I'm not used to seeing all these things just pop up all at once. So I greatly appreciate y'all coming over. Banner says, hi BDD Gaming, hello chat. Banner, how you doing tonight? Hopefully you're having a good night so far. Rusty Money says, welcome Banner. Let's see, Rusty also says, the FS game gives me the desire to find another simulator game with mods, but it won't be the same. Yes, 100%. 100% agree with that. And honestly, that's also what makes this game so great as well, is because of the mods and the community that is within it. The from the gamers to the players, from the players to the modders to just everybody in general, to the YouTubers, to the Twitchers. I mean, just everything about it. There's just a tight-knit community of people who can come together. It is just the wildest thing. So I've only been doing YouTube for about a year, a little over a year now. I celebrated my 1 year just not too long ago. And I've only been doing live streams maybe, I don't know, I'm guessing here maybe 4 or 5 months. Um, and there was a long time where I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to do live streams. I don't know why. Looking back on it now, I don't know why. But it was just one of those. I didn't feel like I was going to be that kind of, you know, that kind of person who'd be able to do well with a live audience, kind of thing. But then I got to thinking about it, and again, thank you to Forge TCG, who I know personally, who kind of encouraged me, who sat there and was like, no, dude, you really need to kind of go out there. You need to try it, kind of thing. He sat there, encouraged me, and pushed me to do it. And I'm so grateful and thankful that he did, because without his encouragement, without him kind of, telling me, it's a great way to kind of connect with the audience and, really kind of make, a little bit deeper of a connection with everybody, that that kind of just pushed me to doing it. And now here I am, enjoying a great conversation with everyone and enjoying my very first raid. Again, thank you all very much for stopping by and hanging out with me tonight, because yeah, was not expecting it. Oh, what? Okay, we got that chunk there. Perfect.
Let's see, what else we got here? We've got, let's see. So, did the recent update to this map fix any of those problems you experienced?
So yes, yes and no. So one of the problems that I had, and what I had to really start over on very early on, was when I did the plowing and kind of groundwork for the vineyards. What ended up happening was it deleted the vines, the actual grapes themselves, and basically broke them. It just broke the entire vineyard, and it was all just kind of spotty where the vines stayed and where they didn't. And the whole premise behind this particular Let's Play series was the fact that the vineyard was going to be a very key part of the storyline. And without it, it just kind of, ruined the whole flow of the series. So that's why I restarted, and was willing to restart, especially because it was so early. So in that regard, it fixed the ability to plow and do things like that, but it seemed to have broken other things. And I'm not quite sure if it's actually technically broken or not, but it's one of those. I tried doing a plowing and a mulching and all that stuff. Well, what ended up happening is it didn't break the actual vineyard or the grapes themselves like it did the first time, but rather it just didn't seem to do anything. It didn't seem to affect the ground texture, the ground state at all. So it was just kind of a weird issue that this particular map's having. And like I said, it's having tons of issues. There originally was a bale and pallet storage there at the starting farm. Well, for some reason, when I entered silage bales into that particular storage unit, and it did this on all of them, all the different types of bale storages, because I tried a couple before just going away from it. It would actually populate these bales both in the kind of artificial image of the bale, and when you actually got them out of storage, it just made them appear in the ground, kind of thing. And I actually lost several silage bales in the process because I didn't realize what was going on at first. And then I went to click into the start menu, and all of a sudden, boom, it saved the game, and I lost, I think it was like 8 full-size bales at that point. And it was pretty early on again, so one of those that when you lose 8 bales really early on, it's kind of a big deal. It's either a lot of product that you're banking on having, or it's a lot of money that you're losing out on. So it it stunk. It was a little bit of a bleh moment, but it was also one of those where at the end, it is what it is, and not a big deal at the end to kind of combat, because I just found a production point where I could just load it in as a bale, and it then converts it into loose. Uh, so at the end, I lost a little bit, but not a game ender, not a huge deal. But some of the other issues I've come across on this map were my sheep. I have a sheep pen at the starting farm. Well, for some reason, my sheep like to roam around field 77 and 76. So if you take a look at the map here, your starting farm, is right up here. The sheep pen being right here. But for some reason, the sheep are out here, just kind of roaming the lands. Don't know why. Don't know why, but they do. But again, not a big deal. Not going to be something that's going to be a complete deal breaker for the game, kind of thing, or the series itself. I'm trying to think of other things that are just... Ooh, I just realized we're almost done picking up all the loose ones. Yes! Oh, that's awesome. So I've been on since, 10 o'clock Eastern Standard. So it's now 12 o'clock, midnight. So 2 hours, and just been doing this, trying to get all these trees just picked up. And we've gotten almost now this will be 4. Is this 4? I think this is 4. The 4th full trailer full of wood chips. So we've got so much product going on here. It's ridiculous. All right, I think that's it. I think that's all the... Nope, I lied. How dare I? Let's see, let's go over here. Yes, there we go.
Let's see. And then Banner said at the end there, things are going well tonight. Thanks for asking, BDD.
Ah, that's awesome. Glad to hear it, Banner. Let's see. So now we can start taking down some more of the real trees. Perfect. Oof. I tell you what, I was avoiding using the Devourer. I really was. I didn't want to kind of go this route initially, but like I mentioned earlier, I was started with the harvester, the actual wood harvester. And then I decided, oh, well, I'm going to just turn it into wood chips because of the compost factory that's in the north. And now I'm to the point to where I'm using the Devourer because, oh, it's so much faster. It's so much faster. Let's see. Oh, come on. And that's also the really nice thing about it too, is that you can kind of take out the tree and the stump in kind of one fell swoop. You don't have to come back and search for the stumps later. There we go. Full trailer. Now let's dump this out. This is a 10 million liter silo. Whoops. Oops. 10 million liter silo, and I'm really curious on how much we're going to get out of all this. There it goes. Almost up to 1 million liters. Whew, look at that. That's nice. 878,000. And that's just from the loose and the 1 or 2 standing trees that we just put in there. Like, that's just crazy. And if we take a look, we've still got all this to go. This is going to take quite some time. Even with the Devourer. Even with all this. But When everything's all said and done, this is going to be one huge field. Like I said, the largest one I've ever made from scratch, and it's going to produce so much. So the reason, for those again who are new to the channel, who're new to this raid, the reason I decided to get this whole swath of land was for one reason and one reason alone: stones. Look at all these stones that are here. These big pockets of red are all stones that I can get off the field once this is all said and done. We've got these 2 fields that are loaded with stones, and there's this big patch right here that I can get. All this orange is where the road network used to be, and converted the yellow stones to orange. So at the end of the day, it's going to be tons and tons of product, both wood chips for stones, all that. And I can take the I can take the stones, make it into lime, and I'd be rolling in lime for decades, basically. But more than likely, what I'll end up doing is just selling the lime and being able to make a pretty good profit off of that. So I'm pretty excited. I'm really happy with how everything's kind of going with this field so far. It's just one of those where everything, for the most part, is kind of lining up and going the way I wanted it to. Now, the whole reason as well, again, for those who are new, the reason I decided to plow out in and around all these trees is that you can see all these bushes. Well, imagine those bushes everywhere. Every inch of this land was covered in bush except for the road network. So, and by plowing it, it destroys the bushes, kind of thing. It just knocks them out. So it was just really hard to kind of start making my way around. As I was going around with the harvester, I was, cutting all the trees down, and as I was cutting them down, I was losing the trees in the thick bushes. So it was just becoming an absolute nightmare for finding anything, for getting it to into the wood trailer, because at the time I had a wood trailer. So it was just, wasn't going to work out that well. So I decided, you know what, we're going to plow everything out. And that's when we decided to make just wood chips because of the compost. And at its peak level, at a peak price, the compost is about $200 per 1,000 liters more than wood. And we get a 1-to-1 conversion from wood chips to compost. So, might as well just go ahead and dive into it, and not have to worry about trying to transport trees one trailer load at a time. We can just kind of, convert into wood chips and just go from there. So I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty happy about it so far. Everything's going really, really well. Let's see. Rusty Money says, bushes can be more annoying than in-game grass, covering your down trees while logging. Yes, 100%. Like I said, imagine every inch of this land, with the exception of these, stone road networks, every inch was bush, just one on top of the other, and you can kind of see it over here, just exactly what I'm talking about. This is the exact thickness I'm talking about. I mean, just imagine all this all throughout here. It was just impossible. You couldn't find anything. So it finally worked out to where I was just like, okay, I'm done with trying to play hide and seek with all the downed trees. And we kind of switched gears and went to plowing. So that's kind of the mindset and the reason why I did what I did. Come on. There we go. Let's see, get myself a drink just real quick. As Dust Bunny would say, gotta stay hydrated. There we go. Very nice. And you know what? It just dawned on me. Earlier I saw somebody subscribe to the channel, and I meant to say something at the time. The little pop-up notification came up on the screen, but I greatly appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Thank you very, very much. But unfortunately, I can't remember who it was. I got to rambling, as I sometimes do. Let's see. So, yeah, looks like I'm all caught up with the chat, so that's nice. I like that. Oops, there we go. Like I said, we're just going to keep on chugging along and making it to where we can kind of... what is going... There we go. Make it to where we can finally get this field up and running. I'm just... When I finally decided to make this field, it was one of those that, on one hand, I kind of worried about doing it because it would mean that there's going to be a bit of a hiatus on making my episodes. So right now, and again, I'll explain this for everybody who's new to the live stream. I basically have 4 main types of content. I have Let's Plays, map tours, map updates, and shorts. And well, technically 5 now with live streams. So what I decided to do when it came to the Let's Plays is do the live streams, and the live streams are kind of the in-between episodes of the Let's Plays. And it's where I'm doing things like this, where I'm doing lots and lots of work that really doesn't translate well into episodes and story-driven content. And it also offers me a window of opportunity to have a kind of record of doing the work kind of thing. So there's creators out there like a Mr. Sealy P who has mentioned several times how there's people who question whether or not he has put in the effort, put in the work, or is just kind of pouring money into the system and just using it as a way to drive his storylines, drive the narrative forward kind of thing. And that's when he started doing the whole screenshot for contracts to kind of have a record of proof that, hey, I'm doing the work. And this is kind of my record of proof of doing the work, making sure that it's not unclear about, hey, I'm not cheating money in, there is legitimate effort going in kind of thing. And it's just, again, another means of being able to hang out and chat with really awesome people. That's the one thing I found with doing the live streams is I get to chat with really awesome people, just being able to hang out and have a great time. Let's see. CS Benji 2020 says, "Hey, Dust Bunny." So I will say, CS Benji, that she may have passed out at this point. She may have fallen asleep. So that is certainly possible. If she doesn't respond to you, it's not that she's ignoring you. We had something similar like this happen the other night, where she was actually telling me a really funny story. I guess where she lives, she has a neighbor who lives down the road from her, and while the neighbor was out one night, or not one night, it was on vacation, away for several days, some friends of theirs decided that it would be I don't know if you want to call it a good idea, but they thought it was an idea nonetheless, to paint their neighbor's house John Deere green and yellow. Apparently their rationale behind it was that they have a John Deere and this person is a John Deere fan. Now, when Dust Bunny told the story, I was in the middle of talking about other things. And when that happened, enough time had gone by where she had fallen asleep while watching the stream. And I was sitting there when I read it, I'm like, no, and I started asking questions like, was it real paint? Was it this? Was it that? Like, I was just sitting there just completely bewildered that anybody would go to somebody's house and just, without their permission, without their, without any kind of warning, would just say, okay, we're just going to paint permanent paint onto somebody's home. And that was one of my questions: was this a joke? Was this like, were they pissed? Sorry, were they mad at the person? Were they, I mean, what's the details kind of thing? And because she had fallen asleep, she couldn't answer anything at the moment. She had reached out to me later and let me know, no, this was a kind of inside joke amongst friends kind of thing, and yes, it was permanent paint, and no, it was out there without their permission kind of thing. So it was just one of those like, whoa. And then she actually sent me pictures of the house, and it still to this day is John Deere green and yellow, and they did a decent job to the house. I mean, it was they took their time and did it well. It wasn't like they just slapped a coat of paint onto the house. But then it got me thinking, like, how angry I would be if somebody just came over to my house, friend or not, like that might honestly like ruin a friendship kind of thing. Like, you've got to be such an amazing friend at that point, like to not only say okay, that like this is the way that my house is going to be, but not demand that they take the paint down and paint something else. Like, I was just blown away when she told me this. I couldn't believe it. Like, at first it's like, no, like there's somebody out there who thought this was a good idea. So it was just so yeah, long story short, that may be what she may be out there, but she may be asleep. So it's just one of those. But yeah, good story. That is something that for the rest of my life I will forever always remember, seeing the John Deere greenhouse, because whoa, there that chunk of tree went. So yeah, it was an amazing story. I'm so glad that she told it to me. And I'm even more glad that she actually was able to show it to me, like to actually have it as a photo in real life kind of thing. It's like, whoa, I couldn't believe it. Let's see what everyone's saying here in the chat, and let me catch up with everyone. Let's see, Rusty Money. Okay, here we go. So Rusty Money says, as a creator, I feel if I don't do any behind the camera work, then things become more repetitive and too long for the episode. Yes. So that's basically what it was boiling down to, is between creating a record of work and, kind of having an ability to kind of cut the kind of filler and the large bulk of things that just aren't great for making episodes. Or making it kind of an episodic adventure, through Farming Simulator. It seemed like this was like the best place to do this kind of stuff and to create that kind of, like I said, that record of work. So it was just one of those that I think it just all kind of worked out for the best. And it turned out that, I ended up meeting such great people, all like yourselves, like Rusty Money, like Dust Bunny, Crimea River, Jody, just so many great people I've met along the way that really has just kind of enhanced the experience of doing the live stream. And like I said, I'm so glad that I got to meet so many more people here tonight. It's just it's such an amazing thing that that this live streaming has kind of brought into not only my life, but into just the community. One thing that I've said numerous times is just the community of people that I get to now interact with. Every time I get to do a live stream, every time I make an episode, every time I do anything on the channel, I get so many people reaching out to me, commenting, all that stuff. Like, oh, hey, great episode. Thank you for making it. Oh, hey, great map tour. Oh, hey, this. Oh, hey, that. And it's wonderful. It's amazing to just hang out with everybody and just come together around our mutual love and respect for this game. You know, it's a really good thing with so many things out in the world today that want to kind of divide and rip people apart, kind of thing. It's amazing to be able to find something that we can all kind of come together on and just, doesn't matter anything else. It's just we all have something that kind of, you know, binds us together and, brings us together. It's a wonderful thing. And I wish there was more things out there that can do something that this game does. So many, something that can just allow us the opportunity to, come together and just be as one kind of thing. It's an amazing thing. I absolutely love it. There we go. Now we've got another full trailer load. Let's go ahead and rip out this stump. There we go. Perfect. Let's see. Towboat Fish says, "Hey Charles." CS Benji says, "Hey Towboat." And Towboat says, "Oh, that's awesome." I presume that's in reference to the John Deere green house. Yeah, I mean, to this moment, and this came up, it was either the last stream or the stream before that. So within the past week or so, she ended up explaining this, and I still can't believe it. I still have the picture on my phone, and it's just, I cannot believe it. And I showed my wife this picture the other day, and she's like, I would have killed him. I would have just completely ended everything, the whole relationship. And I'm like, yeah, I can't say as I blame you. I can't say as I wouldn't be upset and would have demanded that they would have fixed it, done something different. But to this day, it's still John Deere green, and from what I understand, according to Dust Bunny, there's no intention on changing it. They never demanded that the house be put back to the way it was or anything like that. It's just it's there. So yeah, needless to say, they are either a much better person than I am or a far more understanding person than I am. But I don't know, maybe, I guess it'd be no different if somebody came over to my house and painted my house like Detroit Red Wing red. Because, again, for those who are new, I'm a big hockey fan and originally from the state of Michigan. So one of those that I grew up being a Detroit Red Wings fan. I've got at the room I'm sitting in now, we call it the man cave, and it's also known as the sports room, because I've got all sorts of, memorabilia and pictures and stuff from the team. So just one of those that I guess it'd be no different if somebody came and painted my house red and white. Would I keep it? No, because I'm married and I'm sure my wife would hate it, kind of thing. Even though that she's a big fan of the team as well. It's just one of those, like, I don't think she would want to live in a house that was, that kind of dynamic going on behind the scenes. So, there we go. Come on, get the traction. There we go. Let's see. Grant Mr. S says, "I couldn't paint a cardboard box in John Deere colors, let alone a house." Yes, I'm the same way. I kind of had a little bit of beef with John Deere, and I guess a lot of people have, specifically farmers. They apparently had led the charge a while back. I don't know if they stopped doing this, but they had led the charge in the whole right to repair. And for those who don't know what that is, basically the right to repair is the ability to take your car, truck, tractor, whatever, harvester, and have the ability to fix it yourself. Well, what John Deere was doing for a while at least, I think they've done an about face since, because they received a huge backlash, but they were making a lot of parts and components that were proprietary to John Deere. Only John Deere had the ability to fix these components. And it was a vast swath of the machine itself. So basically if something broke down, you had to take it to John Deere and they had to fix it. You had no other option, because they use proprietary tools, proprietary parts, the whole 9 yards. You could get the parts, you couldn't get the tools to be able to do the work yourself. Well, the farmers and other people, because of course, once one manufacturer decides to do this, a lot of other manufacturers were thinking, kind of dipping their foot in that pool. Ford was thinking about doing it, and I think Chevy at one point was also thinking of doing it. And people started noticing and taking note of it, because obviously garages and repair shops and all that stuff were like, hey, if you start doing this, and don't allow us to have the same access to the tools, to the parts and all that stuff, well, then we have no ability to make a living, kind of thing. So a lot of people got very upset very quickly, and like I said, because John Deere kind of led the charge, was the first big company to kind of do this, it really kind of soured me to them for the longest time. Like I said, they may have stopped it, and that's a good thing. If they did, that's fantastic, and good on them. And I no longer have beef with them, because it just, in principle, that's not a very good thing to do. Not allow somebody who owns the equipment the ability to repair it. That to me is just wrong. So, anyways, let's see. Banner says her friends would have really had to know her well to know they could get away with the painting of the house. I agree with you that most people would absolutely be upset with something like that happened. Yes, absolutely. And that's the thing, is based on the way that Dust Bunny explained it to me, it's not even necessarily that they knew them well enough to do something like that. I mean, they did, obviously, but it was just one of those, the homeowner was upset. They were very angry and didn't appreciate them doing what they did. But I think it's just one of those, it just kind of happened to work out, kind of thing. But the way that it was explained to me, at least, it was just kind of weird circumstances, kind of thing. So, I mean, yeah, in the end, the house is still John Deere green and yellow. It's still like that to this day, from what I understand. Dust Bunny sent me the photo of it, and yeah, it's one of those kind of, okay, it's like that. If I was a neighbor, I'd be furious, having to look at that every day. And I was telling Dust Bunny, if I came home one day and my house was painted, Red Wings red or John Deere green, whatever, and I would just drive by it. Like, it would be like one of those, like, that, nope, can't be my house. Can't be. So I just keep on driving by, just not even skipping a beat. And then realizing, no, wait, I'm on the right road. I'm at the right place. Let me turn around. And then, like, the kind of anger and kind of the kind of the rock in the pit of the stomach would all of a sudden start to manifest. So yeah, I wouldn't be as gracious as that person was. Let's just put it that way. I'd be furious, and the reason I would be furious is more than likely because my wife would be furious. Like, I would be able to take it as a joke, but I know that my wife would not be thrilled. She would be very, very upset, very devastated if somebody were to come by and do something like that. And me personally, I value being married. I love my wife. I love being married, and it's not something that I tend to try and go out and do, is having my wife be mad or upset for any reason, unless it's me doing it, kind of thing. It's one of those that she promised to love me and, love and be married with me for the rest of our lives, kind of thing. So it's one of those that if I make her upset, that's one thing. I can sit there and apologize, and she has to live with me. Eventually she has to forgive me. Hopefully, knock on wood. But it's one of those too that, if she's upset because of somebody else's actions, well then I'm upset because she's upset. So, that's the kind of the way it works.
Let's see. So, Towboat says, or looked at it as they got their house painted for free. That's, you know what, that could also be, you know, the flip side of that coin is, hey, you know, it's a free paint job. But again, it's I would prefer the free paint job in the color that I chose. That's just me. CS Benji, I can't imagine how it would cost John Deere. Oops. I can't imagine how much it would cost for John Deere paint. See, I don't know if they necessarily went to like John Deere and got like their paint, or they went to like a paint store and had them do like a color match kind of thing. I don't know if John Deere in that capacity has the patents on the color, like to prevent people from doing something like that. I don't know how that works. If there's any lawyers out in the crowd, you know, go ahead and chime in right now, because I don't know. I know patents are pretty powerful, like you're not supposed to be able to do anything, but I don't think they cover like personal use. I think they cover like the retail portion. But I don't know. I mean, well, that would then include the selling of the paint. Huh. I don't know. Let's see. Towboat says that kind of like how Cat is with some of their stuff that we use.
Yeah, so Caterpillar was also very similar in that boat, where it's just you have to have very specific tools, very specific parts. You can only order from Caterpillar. Now, from what I understand, there's kind of a slight difference in Caterpillar, and I could be wrong. My father used to be a heavy-duty equipment mechanic, so Caterpillar and all that stuff was, you know, his bread and butter kind of thing when he used to do that. And the way he kind of, at least to me, explained it is that there's different grades of Caterpillar. So there's ones that you can purchase for like personal use, and then there's ones that are used for like construction and like really heavy duty kind of things. And it's the construction style where where those are the very much the proprietary kind of stuff, the proprietary tools, sizes with the wrenches and all that kind of stuff. Like, I know my father, when he bought tools, he would spend thousands upon thousands of dollars for specific types of tools that were not only because they had to be massive tools kind of thing, because, you know, anything on those kind of huge excavators and loaders and all that kind of stuff, you know, everything on them are, you know, to the nth degree of big. But they were all like custom sizes because of Caterpillar, and you had to buy them through specific manufacturers. Like Matco, I think, had specific rights to a lot of the tools that he would purchase, but then also it'd be, you know, infinitely more expensive because, you know, they had the rights to be able to sell. Like, that distributor had the rights to that specific size of wrench, or that specific size of tool, or whatever. Like, I remember, and he still has a lot of the tools to this day, even though he's been retired for several years, specifically from the heavy machinery mechanics. But like, he still has them to this day, and there's some tools that he has that are like longer than my whole arm, you know, bigger than like one of my legs. Like, it's just massive, absolutely massive tools that he used to work with. And it's wild, you know, to see these things. And he hangs on to them, even though they serve no practical purpose to him nowadays. He would never use them, you know, in any kind of capacity, but he still has them. One, because he spent tons of money on them, but two, because they're kind of like the sentimental kind of thing. And I could see, like, one day maybe taking them and, you know, making some kind of, you know, decorative art or something like that. Just something that you can put on the wall kind of thing. Or you know, who knows? Maybe one day we'll sell them or something. Who knows? It's just one of those. He likes to hang on to things, you know, even though they don't serve him any practical purpose anymore. Come on. Come. There we go.
Let's see. Let me catch back up. Towboat says, Charles is pretty expensive. Nuclear Salmon says, they sell John Deere green spray paint at Lowe's. Oh, see, there you go. Now I know that John Deere, or I'm sorry, that a lot of those painting stores, even like Home Depot and Lowe's, they'll do like the color match. So you can just bring like whatever swatch or whatever, like a sample of John Deere color that you have, or whatever color, any color, and that they put it under this little reader, and then it just spits out the right, pigment color, combination to recreate that. So it's one of those that, like I said, I don't know if there's some kind of patent on the color that prevents or is supposed to prevent that from happening, but yeah, they ended up painting the whole house John Deere green without the owner's consent or permission. So it was one of those. Yeah, they definitely didn't pick up John Deere green in the spray cans. They had just buckets and buckets of paint made up. So one of those. Got to be some avenue of being able to purchase it and get it. To be able to get it, because I've seen the pictures and it was just wild. It was just crazy when I saw that picture. I couldn't believe it. Because again, what I typically do is I'd put myself in their shoes, like, oh, if that happened to me, and shake my fist in the air, even though I'm just kind of empathizing with the, or would be empathizing or sympathizing? I think it's sympathizing. There we go. And let's see. CS Benji says, I don't know a small can of John Deere paint is that high. Oh, goodness. Yeah, just, like I said, I couldn't imagine, like, what would anybody be thinking to be like, you know what, Bob is out of town, they're out of town for the next week, we ought to go do something. It's like, oh yeah, what do you want to go do? I would have to imagine that somebody had to be like 5 or 10 beers deep into the conversation, and then all of a sudden they're like, let's go paint his house John Deere green. Let's do it. And then the other person, equally as many beers in, is like, oh, that's a brilliant idea. That's how I imagine the whole conversation went down in my head. Go. Wow. I just cannot believe how many wood chips we got. And as you can see, we've got, this whole facility is full, just absolutely full of wood chips. So it's just chugging along doing its thing. How's the water on this? I meant to look. Oh yeah, that's full too. Perfect. So we're basically just using this as a storage silo for now, because that's the only thing I have right now in the way of production that'll do wood chips. So one of those I just kind of have to, I either need to hang on to the wood chips and just continue to process it as it becomes available, the space, or I need to figure out something else to do with the wood chips. And I'm kind of kicking around the idea of getting the carpentry from the packing facilities mod and using that to make pellets, because that particular mod like really churns out product really fast, and it'll be a really good way to kind of get a lot of money really quickly. But then I'm like, do I want to kind of take that kind of easy route kind of thing? I don't know. I've already kind of compromised and took the easy route with doing the wood chips in this manner. Because originally I was using, you might not be able to see it. On top of the hill, I had the, I think it's called the CR600. It does wood chips, it does bales to loose, it does sugar beets to cut sugar beets. Like the stones to limestone, or lime, yeah, stones to lime. It's just one of those, it does pretty much everything. It's a really good mod. I do like it. Although it is a little slow on the processing and the unloading. Let's see. I do know a small can of John Deere spray paint is high. I worked for a company that painted John Deere mower decks and wheels. Okay, okay. So you're saying, CS, that the price is high for John Deere colored paint? And then Nuclear Salmon says, nice Benji. Like I said, I want to just thank everybody just real quick. Thanks again to Rusty Money and everybody who came out in the raid. I really do appreciate it. That was really awesome. I never had that happen before. So it was just one of those that when I saw everybody just kind of come in and hang out, you know, that's awesome. I really do appreciate it. But I also have to go through and list out the channel members. So on every one of my live streams, I give a shout out to all my tier 2 channel members. I want to start out by thanking Mark K. Thank you so much for being a tier 2 member, and as well as Deco71. Thank you very much for being a tier 2. If you want to become a channel member, it goes directly into the sustainability and growth of this channel. I greatly appreciate everybody out there. You can gain access to specific perks such as early access to edited content. That's the Let's Plays and the shorts that are available on the channel. You also can gain access to custom emojis, custom badges. And oops, what just happened? Oh, so sorry. I don't know what just happened. My computer screen just completely flashed. I don't know what just happened there. Anyways, so yeah, we got two different types of tiers. You can check it out by going to the main channel page and clicking on the join button for the various perks that are available. Again, I want to thank my channel members. Thank you all very, very much. Thank all my subscribers. Thank you very, very much. Everybody, I greatly appreciate you. You know, I tend to throw out the love very much because without any of you, I have absolutely nothing. I'm just some guy, you know, talking into the void. So again, thank everybody very, very much. I really do appreciate every single one of you. And now let me catch back up. Benji says very. Okay, okay. Towboat says, all right, I'm off to bed. 5 comes. Oh, wow. 5 o'clock in the morning to wake up. Well, Towboat, I greatly appreciate you stopping by. I really do. Thanks again. Rusty Money says, you're welcome, BDD. Again, thank you, Rusty. I do appreciate it. And then Benji says, oh, by the way, you gained another sub. Well, hey, Benji, I greatly appreciate it. And thank everybody who subscribed, who came on, who likes the content. I really do appreciate it. It's one of those that when everything's said and done, like I said, if it wasn't for you all, I would just be some guy just talking into the void kind of thing. So whoa, sorry, I just saw the animation in the trailer just filled up, and I wasn't directly looking at it, but it just kind of caught my periphery. And I've got, for those who are not aware, I've got headphones on, so I've got the game audio playing in my ear. And every time I knock down a tree, I hear the timber noise, you know, the tree falling kind of thing. And at the same time I saw the flash of the trailer fill up, I heard that noise, and it just kind of caught me off guard. There we go. So let's see. Nuclear Salmon says TC Towboat. Rusty says see ya Towboat. And Benji says TC. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with what TC is. That's one I've never seen before. Can somebody elaborate on that one for me? Like I said, Towboat, I hope you have a great night. Thanks again for showing up and hanging out in the raid. I do appreciate it, but
like I said, if somebody could explain to me what TC is, for some reason either I'm not aware of it or just not understanding the. There we go. Yeah, I'm just. Wow. We've been going at this, like I said, since 10 o'clock is when I started my stream. That's when all this started, and we're still got so much. I mean, we're starting to thin it down. That's not too much more, but a massive, massive field. I cannot wait. This is a different product. This is, I believe, this is spelt that's in here, and then we've got an old grass field. Where this all started was right here. I created this grass field over here, and that's where this all kind of started. And this is all going to be one giant grass field when this is all said and done. I wanted to have the ability to create a bunch of silage to be able to take care. Thank you, Frank. Oh my goodness. And thank you, Benji. Okay. You know what's funny? Again, for those who don't know me, I very often say take care. You know, say I hope I have a sign off. You know, a pretty standard sign off. People are very familiar with, who are familiar with the channel, and it typically is I hope you all have a fantastic day and take care. I don't know why it didn't just dawn on me as to why TC meant, but hey, now I know, and knowing is half the battle. Ay ay ay. I swear, sometimes I'm just kind of out there, kind of spacey, and other times I'm with it. This is one of those spacey moments. That's okay. That's okay. Hopefully that gave somebody a smile at my expense, or not. That's okay. That's okay. Wow, I just cannot believe just how much. You know what, let's get this tree way down yonder, just because it's sticking out so far. You know what, we'll get this one too. So when everything's said and done, we're probably going to have around 2.5, maybe 3 million liters of wood chips, I'm guessing. And on top of that, we're going to have tons and tons of stone. We're going to have eventually a field that's going to produce, you know, grass to make silage. I mean, and really it doesn't have to just produce silage. I could do hay or something, but I'm basically going to utilize this field as my cash crop. This is going to be what, you know, I can harvest, you know, multiple times a year, making silage, and just kind of year in year out get multiple harvests, and just have massive amounts of money just come rolling in, you know, whenever it's ready. Now the only bummer, quote unquote, that comes with doing silage work is it takes so long for the silage to get made. But I mean, I could theoretically get a production point to make it into silage. I don't know. And then, I mean, you still have to wait, but then at least you have the kind of instant silage, or at least the start of silage. I don't know. I gotta, again, more things I've got to think about. There's tons of different things I got to think about and kind of decide how I want this to kind of go from here. Because there's, again, this is a in-between episodes of a Let's Play series. So, you know, as I'm kind of sitting here and discussing all these kind of possibilities, you know, it's all kind of weighing into how I'm going to progress the actual story that's happening behind, well, not behind, but in front of these live streams. Yeah, there we go. That's, words are hard. If Dust Bunny was here and was able to respond, she would say, words are hard, Big Daddy. Big Daddy D, or Big D. Ay, ay, ay. That's one of the common things that happens around here is sometimes I will either stammer or trip up over my words, and it's a words are hard moment. English is hard, words are hard, but we will persevere. We will. Oh, darn it! Missed out on that one. Let's see if we can. Oh, cool. Absorbed. Oh, and let's get that little chunk. Oh, come on. No. Oh, the tractor's on it. Or it's just stuck. Okay. Well, if we can't get that out, then that means we'll have to get the other grinder, the other stump grinder. The one that kind of looks like a scorpion's tail, or a half scorpion's tail. Ooh, Benji, time for coffee. That's, if it wasn't 1 o'clock in the morning my time, then yeah, that would be a good idea. Because here eventually I'm going to have to run off to bed. With a coffee on board, it might not work out that well for me. But yeah, it's one of those that, thankfully it's Saturday, so I'm not having to wake up, bright and early. Unfortunately, well, you know what? I'm going to retract that. Unfortunately, it's not unfortunate. I am enjoying it. I got a lot of people staying with me here over the past couple of days. I've got a bunch of family in town, so I've got my sister-in-law, 2 sister-in-laws, and brother-in-law all staying with us here over the past several days. And they're actually out and about right now. They decided to go to Orlando for, what is it called? I think it's Halloween Horror Nights at Universal. Yeah, so they all went out to hang out and be scared. And my daughter's room is unfortunately being, well, again, not unfortunately, but it is being occupied with our guests, and she's sleeping in mommy and daddy's room. Well, whenever she wakes up, because typically the rest of the house is sleeping when she wakes up, which is typically around anywhere between 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning, she to prevent her from crying or anything like that, my wife has been picking her up and putting her in the bed with us, kind of thing. Not to fall asleep or anything, but just to have her in the bed and kind of have her hang out with mom and dad, kind of thing. So here over the past several days, the days where I've gotten on the stream, or like last night where I was up until about 3:30 in the morning working on map tours and map updates, this morning was a little bit difficult because my wife at about 7:30 in the morning sets our daughter on the bed with us, and of course my daughter, she swings her head to lay against my wife, which means her feet are pointing towards me. And then all of a sudden, I start getting little feet kicking me in the back. So that is my wake-up call from, again, from 3:30 in the morning until 7:30 when my daughter starts kicking me in the back. And she's not even 2 years old, so she's not like being malicious or anything like that. She's just, fidgeting. She's being being a little 2-year-old. But let me catch back up with the chat. Deco, hey, how's it going? Morning, hope everyone is fine. Doing fantastic, Deco. Actually, you are just a little bit behind, but we just enjoyed our first raid. Thank you again from Rusty Money for sending us a raid of people to come and enjoy our stream. So yeah, that was certainly rather awesome. I was not expecting that. But you also just missed your shout out for the tier 2. So let me do it here while you're on the stream. Thank you, Deco, for being a tier 2 member. I greatly appreciate you for being one of my tier 2s. So it's oop, there we go. Oh wow, we're almost up to another full trailer load. Holy smokes. Cannot believe it. But no, like I was saying, I greatly appreciate you being a tier 2 member. It's you know, right now quite an exclusive club. We got just 2 of you at the moment, but hopefully we can. What is going on? Why are these? All of a sudden, these aren't picking up like they were. Oh well, like I said, I'll have to do another one with the scorpion cutter or the stump grinder. Let's see. Benji says, "I'll take it we are in the same time zone." Well, Benji, I'm in the Eastern time zone in the U.S. So if you're in the East, then yeah, we're in the same time zone. And then Deco says, "Yeah, thanks." Hey, like I said, it's oh, there we go. Wow. We're starting to see daylight here. We're starting to get through this. I'm getting excited. I am getting so pumped that we're almost to the end of this, and then we'll have one open field. And that's honestly, that's what I've been looking forward to the most. With all this work, putting all this in, when all this is just cleared out and is nothing but like open field, even with the stumps, like the several outer periphery stumps, like you're starting to see it, just how massive this field is. Like, oh, I'm so excited. I'm really pumped. As I mentioned a couple of times here, this is the largest field I've ever created, you know, from kind of start to finish, with trees, without trees. So this was a huge undertaking, and now we're kind of reaping the fruits of our labor. I'm yeah, so happy. And here, before we get going away from the silo, which we wouldn't get too far either way, I guess, we're gonna come over here and drop this off. There we go. Nice. Let's see. So many wood chips. So many. Let's see. Oop, there's a stump right there. Might as well get. Oop, come on. There he goes. Now we're talking. Might as well get these on my way back. No sense in keep just running them over, I guess. There we go. All right, let's see what we got here. Benji says, "I'm in Georgia." Okay, yeah. So you're just a state north of me. I'm in Florida. Let's see, you're in the same state as Jody. Let's see, Deco says, "I'm in Helsingborg, Sweden, and the time is 5:56." Wow. You know, hey, more power to you, waking up that early. Yeah, oof. One of those, let's see, so if, it's 5:56 your time, does that means it's Sunday? Yeah, it's Sunday your time, so is it just that you're an early riser there, Deco? Is it, something along those lines, or are you getting up for work? So I think it's Sunday in Sweden. I have relatives in Norway and Sweden. Oh, nice. It's one of those I've always wanted to visit Sweden. Again, it being a big hockey fan, and specifically being a Detroit Red Wings fan, uh, for anybody who's aware, Detroit has a huge Swedish connection. There's tons and tons of Swedish players, both current and former, for the Detroit Red Wings. You've got Nicholas Lindstrom, you got Thomas Holmstrom. Wait, was Thomas Holmstrom Swedish? I think he was. Um, You've got Johan Franzen. You've got just so many different players. Henrik Zetterberg. Tons and tons and tons of players from Sweden that played in Detroit all throughout the years. And yeah, there's just one of those that, again, because I'm such a big Red Wings fan, it was something that I was like, oh man, I'd love to be able to go over to Sweden, kind of see the sights and whatnot. So just one of those, hopefully one day, maybe a bucket list item. Kind of go to the country where a lot of the former, well, not even former, but a lot of the greats, for the team. Especially like Nick Lindstrom and Henrik Zetterberg. Those two are like, they are the absolute tops. Back in the day when Detroit was, a dominating force in the hockey world. But they're starting to come back. They're starting to rebuild and, retool. It's just, when you win so long, eventually you have to lose. Especially the way the sports worlds are set up nowadays, especially hockey. You gotta lose to win. You gotta win to lose, kind of thing. It's an unfortunate cycle. Every team's gonna go through it. They're gonna have their highs. They're gonna have their lows. But you will come out of it eventually. Well, unless you're Arizona Coyotes. I'm sorry for any Arizona Coyote fans out there. I really am. Like, that's a really bad situation they got going out there. Anyways, I'll stop talking about hockey. I know it's kind of a me topic.
Let's see. Deku says, we just changed to winter time here, so we turned the clocks back.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, that's right. The daylight savings time is coming up, or not daylight savings, but the end of daylight savings is coming up here real quick. I almost forgot about that. Yeah, because we're gonna be gaining an hour here soon. Oh, wait, is it gaining an hour? Or we set the clocks? Did we set it forward? Spring forward, fall back. Oh, so we're gonna be losing an hour. Darn it. Well, that's a bummer. Oh well. Come on. There we go. Oh, look at this. We're almost done. Oh, man, I'm getting excited. I hope you all are just as excited as I am, because, oh yeah. Oh, come on.
Cannot wait. Let's see. Swing around.
I'm actually really surprised that in 3 hours that I've been streaming, that we were able to get all this done. So I guess I wildly overestimated how much wood chips I was going to get. I think I originally said like 2.5 million. I think I might be closer to 2. Oh, wrong button. There we go. There we go. Nope, nope, nope. Come on. Oh man, I cannot. But you can see what I was talking about with those rock piles. Like, this is the whole reason why I... Oh, why? Oh, it took it that time. It's the whole reason why I purchased all this area, all this portion of the map is specifically because of all the stones. It's what kind of lured me to it. But then I also saw something that really kind of took me back. So if we look here, you can see all the different piles. We got these big red just areas of stones. That's going to be a huge money maker right there. All this orange in the lines here, those are going to be big money makers. Another big smudge of red. We've got the yellow here from when I plowed. But what I noticed the other day, I don't know why I didn't notice this earlier. All this. Look at that. That's all yellow stone. I think if I were to clear out all this forest area here and then plow it, I think all this would be orange. I'm not 100% certain about that because when I plowed this area, all the roads here, and you can see kind of the remnants here, all this was yellow. So I wonder if by plowing this would turn into orange. I don't know. It's just... That might be something that happens down the road. Maybe. I don't know. Or I might just say, you know what, this is enough for me, kind of thing, and really just kind of worry about the maintenance of this, because this is going to be a monster to maintain. We're going to have to get bigger fertilizer spreaders, lime spreaders. We're going to have to do... Well, actually, I think I got the biggest in width, working width. Yeah, I think it's the biggest in working width, and then I will need to get bigger cedars, bigger... Well, actually, I won't even need to get bigger cedars because I will put grass here. And this is one of the red sections here. You can see just all this stone that's just kind of hanging out here. That's going to be tons and tons of product right there on that big red patch. So yeah, when everything's all said and done, I'm really looking forward and excited about getting all the product, getting everything I possibly can off of this field. And what I cannot wait for is to be able to look across an empty open field, look at one end to the other, and to kind of get that... Because you can see just how large this field is just based on the map, but you don't really get the full breadth, the full scope of it until after everything's kind of out of the way and you can really kind of get a ground view of what you've done and what you've accomplished. So that is rapidly approaching. Oops, come on. There we go. Come on. There we go. Ooh, and a little side note. I don't know if anybody here has been to it. This was my second time going. My wife and I, because we had the house to ourselves, and you know, with the house being you know, full of the in-laws and all that, we decided that we'd go and do something special. We typically don't. We will just kind of stay at home, cook at home kind of thing, but we decided to go out to dinner. And like I said, we very rarely do we ever go out to dinner kind of thing. And it's, you know, not because of a money thing or anything like that. It's just that several years ago, we both have had gastric bypass surgery. Again, a lot of people don't know this about me, but at one point I was almost 500 pounds. So I was a big boy. I was a big boy. But now I've gotten down to 230. You know, so I've lost a considerable amount of weight. And yeah, we tend not to eat out because of the weight loss surgery and all that stuff. So it's just one of those, we decided that We didn't want to have a dirty house because we had picked up after everybody had left, kind of thing. We didn't want to just go right out of our way to make things dirty again. So we decided to pack our daughter up and go out to a restaurant called Texas Roadhouse. And it's only the second time I've ever been there, but I had the they give you these rolls, and it's like a cinnamon butter that comes along with it. Wow, was that delicious! And it's inspired me to kind of make my own homemade, well, own homemade butter, which I've done many times in the past. But I want to make my own homemade cinnamon butter and figure out a good way to make a whipped cinnamon butter, kind of similar to how they have theirs. Um, and on top of that, I had I think they called was it the smokehouse burger? I think it was called. Wow, was that a delicious burger! Holy smokes! Um, yeah, I'm definitely going to be trying a at-home version of both of those. You know, some of the whipped cinnamon butter, and geez, I'm really looking forward to that. Like I said, it's one of those. I've said this on the channel many times, but learn how to do things. If I could give one piece of advice to anybody out there, learn to do things. Learn to cook. Learn to fix things. If you don't know how to fix things, you know, learn to do it, kind of thing. The more skills you have, the better you are, kind of thing. And it's one of those. Don't be afraid of messing up. You know, if you're doing something for the first time, you're probably going to screw up. But that's okay. As long as you take that screw up as a opportunity to learn and to grow from your mistake, then there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with making a mistake. Where something wrong happens from making mistakes is that you don't learn from it. If you don't take it as an opportunity to realize what it is that you've done wrong and try to correct it from the future. And excuse me, sorry about that. But it's one of those that for the longest time, and part of the reason why I was 500 pounds is I would eat out all the time. All the time. I wouldn't want to cook because I didn't know how to cook. And it was just one of those where I finally got fed up. Finally got fed up with, you know, going out to eat all the time with always feeling sluggish from like fast food, from restaurants and all that stuff, all the salt, all the sugars and all that stuff. And finally was like, you know what? I'm gonna stop this. I'm going to, you know, gonna do what I can. And that's when I realized that our health insurance covered the weight loss surgery, and you know, I had to go through a ton of hoops, tons and tons of hoops to get everything all said and done, to finally, you know, get it done and all that stuff. And along the way, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to learn how to cook. I'm going to learn how to, you know, do things healthy. I'm going to learn how to, and I've always been relatively handy. You know, I'm not, you know, like a professional mechanic or anything like that, but I can fix, you know, I can fix cars. I can learn how to do that. You know, I can change oil. I can do like, I've swapped out radiators. I've done, you know, spark plugs, so on and so forth. Just, you know, things like that. Um, you know, I know how to cook. I know how to sew. It's just all these things I've just learned over the years, and it's just one of the things that, you know, I can't recommend enough is just learn how to do things. Don't be afraid not to do them just because you don't know how to do them. You know, we live in an age of YouTube. YouTube has so many tutorial videos and so many things that you can kind of pick up on that you know, when everything's said and done, there's really no excuse. There's not, at least not a good excuse not to at least try, you know, to learn things, to do things. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, this is what I've been waiting for. Oh, wow. And you know what? We're not even at the edge. Let's go to the edge. I gotta see this. Let's stand over here on the hill. Wow, look at that. That that is awesome. That is awesome. Benji, basic life skills. Absolutely. Exactly. Exactly. Basic life skills. Learn how to do things. Learn how to just survive just a little bit without, you know, the quote unquote modern conveniences. You know, and a lot of that is, I think, a great failing on our basic education of young people. You know, not having things like home ec, not having things like, you know, basic. Wait, what? Oh, I must have folded the pipe for some reason. There it goes. Um, but yeah, not having just basic skills on how to do simple things, you know, either around the house or anything like that. And then people wonder why, you know, why nothing gets done, or why, um, you know, they're having to spend hundreds or thousands of dollars to hire somebody to do certain things, when in reality you most likely don't need to. Most likely you can do a lot of things on your own. It's just that you never took the time to learn. You know, I don't know, it's just, that's one thing I tend to talk about sometimes on this channel is, you know, be self-sufficient. Be, you know, don't be afraid to try something in fear of failure, kind of thing. And you know, I know this is a video game, and maybe a poor example of what I'm talking about here, but I mean, I went out and I've never created a field this large, but I decided to do it. You know, to rip out all these trees, to kind of go through the efforts. Come on. Come on. You can do it. No, just lurks on the left side for some reason. Here, let's do this. Oh, didn't even see that stump right there. There we go. We got it that time. But anyways, like I was saying, it's just one of those, you know, if there's any young people in the audience, or anything, anybody really, just learn to do things. You know, because there isn't always going to be a time where you're going to be able to rely on somebody else to do it for you. So the more you know, the better off you're going to be, the better off you're going to be, the happier you're going to be, and the less stress you're going to be about things when, you know, they eventually happen. You know, if something on your car breaks, you know, especially if it's something simple, you know, it might just be an inconvenience rather than, you know, a costly repair kind of thing. And you'd be amazed, especially when it comes to cars, just how ridiculous the price of repairs can be compared to how much it actually costs in reality to just do it yourself. You know, case in point, I recently had an issue with my car, and basically what had happened was the air conditioner, living in Florida, living in the South, you realize that air conditioning is a necessity. It gets very, very hot, very, very quick, and without air conditioning, it's miserable. Well, my air conditioner, for some reason, would run, but then all of a sudden it would change to just blasting heat. And it was like the temperature, the regulator that controls the temperature, just all of a sudden decided, you know what, we're going to make this an inferno in here. So it wasn't like the air conditioner just stopped working, kind of thing. It wasn't like it just became mildly warm, or just kind of, you know, uncomfortably warm. It's like the heater actually kicked on, and the gate, you know, that switches from hot to cold, actually engaged, kind of thing. So I was doing some research and found out that there's three potential causes for said issue. The first is the servo, or the unit that controls the gate between the hot and the cold. So basically, the way that the air conditioner in a car works is that it just runs at full blast, and what happens is that there's a gate that opens and closes to allow certain amount of heat versus certain amount of cool, and that's your different temperatures that you can experience in the car, kind of thing. So if the gate is more open towards the cold side, then you're going to get more cold air. If it's more open towards the warm side, you're going to get warm air. Well, the mechanism that controls that could have potentially failed. So $20 to replace that mechanism, and bending myself into a pretzel later, it's all said and done. Not a big deal. Turns out that wasn't the issue. So the next thing that could have been was one of two things. Either in the dash, behind the center console, there's a, what is it called? Why am I blanking on the name for it? Anyway, there's a device that registers how well the radiator for the air conditioner is blocked. So it registers how much air is actually able to flow through that that specific thing. So what can happen is that if your air conditioner isn't running properly, the radiator can ice over. And what happens if it doesn't register a certain amount of airflow, then it will change the temperature to the hot side, and it will essentially just disengage the air, so it can remove the ice from that radiator. I mean, either way, it's not going to function, kind of thing. So it just changes it over to heat so that it can, give it a chance to recover, kind of thing. Well, to have that repaired, what you have to do is you have to remove everything from the dash to the steering knuckle to the steering wheel, like everything. You have to disassemble the entire front of the car, remove the dash, and actually tilt it out about 45 to 55 degrees away from its original position to get to this one little sensor. That's the word I was looking for earlier, sensor. And to replace it I was quoted almost $1,000, because most of it was labor. It was like $90 an hour for labor. So they quoted me $1,000 almost, and I decided, you know what? Let me go see how much that would cost for me to do. Even though that one is, I'm going to say, a little out of my wheelhouse, at least a little bit out of my comfortability, I could have done it. And to replace that oh my goodness, I just lost it again. Sensor, to replace that sensor was $20. So all of that price, all of it was because of labor. Again, $90 an hour, and they're quoting me almost $1,000. So, yeah, needless to say, I said, no, that's not going to fly for a $20 possible repair. Well, then, the last possible thing that it could be is in the dash, there's the little temperature control switch, the thing that you can turn to make it hot or make it cold, kind of thing. Well, that could be going bad as well. So I looked to see how much that would cost to repair. And again, I got a quote of almost $1,000. Well, that part was a little bit more expensive because there's a lot of stuff going on in there. You have to remove the entire center console, going from the very top of the dash all the way down, but at least you're just pulling out things, from the center console. Um, you're not actually having to remove the entire steering knuckle, the steering wheel, the whole 9 yards there. You're just doing the individual components. But the one component was like $200. So I was being quoted $1,000 and could have done the work myself, and it was a relatively simple job, not too bad. For $1,000, I'm being quoted. So at the end of the day, it was one of those, like, I didn't end up fixing it at all. I mean, what ended up happening is um, I just went down and disconnected the servo that can change the temperature gate. And the air conditioner runs and it works perfectly. I mean, it's ice cold. The only thing I'm missing now is the ability to change it from hot to cold. That's it. So it's just one of those that just wasn't worth the price. It wasn't worth the inconvenience of uh, of doing the labor. So rather than doing all that, I just decided to take a shortcut and go from there. But I did replace the servo in the first place, and was willing to do the work to save on that money. But in the end, it just wasn't necessarily worth it because I'm not switching it to hot anytime soon, kind of thing. And it's typically once a year where I would make that switch in the first place. Either I'm going to be running the air conditioner at full blast because it's 95 degrees and 100% humidity, or in the wintertime I'm going to run it at slightly warmer temperature than than the air conditioner, kind of thing, because I tend not to run the heat either way. So long story short, I could have spent thousands of dollars doing the repairs, getting somebody else to do it, or could have done it myself and saved hundreds of dollars. And like I said, the one job was quoted at $1,000, and it was a $20 part. All of that price was in labor, all of it, and yeah, it just was not worth it. Especially because it is an older vehicle. It's a 2012 vehicle, so just at the end of the day, just wasn't worth putting all that money or effort into.
Let's see. Let me catch up with what everyone's saying here in the chat. Nuclear Salmon says, I have a question about the field you're in. There seems to be two types of stones, the regular base game stones and larger area stones. Are those larger area stones pick-upable? So as far as I'm aware, yes, they are pick-upable. So it's the different grades. So if you look at the screen here, you got the three color grades of stones. You got the yellow, the orange, and the red. The yellow being this small kind of stones that you get, kind of like this here. You can see this little kind of patch of stones that we can normally pick up. The orange is the kind of medium-sized stones, which would be right here. You can see these all right here. Now again, I think all these are pick-upable. It's just you need the stone picker to do it. Now what we normally don't see is how they're concentrated, and I think that's what's kind of potentially throwing us off. And again, the red are just the largest stones. But again, we're normally used to seeing them like this. This is what we normally would see them like in field 17 and field 18, to where they're just kind of dotted around. But for some reason on this map, they were here. They were just all kind of just plunked down into these giant wells of stones. So I'm hoping that at the end of the day, where is a pile? There we go, straight ahead. I'm hoping that at the end of the day, I'll be able to bring a stone picker over here and be able to rip all these out, because yeah, this is gonna, I mean, this little chunk right here is gonna be a huge pile of money. I mean, just this right here. Turning this into lime, I'll be able to sell this for, I think, like what, I can't remember off the top of my head. Let's just look. Lime.
Yeah, they're quoting here for $400 per 1,000 liters. I don't have a sell point just yet to take them, but I will. I will have one. So I think you can actually sell it at like $300 per 1,000 liters. So it's gonna make a pretty penny when everything's said and done.
Let's see. Rusty Money says, "All right, time for bed here. Getting sleepy." Well, hey, Rusty Money, I want to thank you again so much for the raid and for hanging out with us tonight. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. Hope you have yourself a fantastic night, and hope we get to see you again real soon. Nuclear Salmon says, "Have a good night, Rusty. Thanks for bringing me here." And then Benji says, "Take care, Rusty."
So yeah, I think we're getting to the point now, though, that we are going to actually start winding the stream down. I'm going to continue to just kind of plod along and finish up the... Oops. Finish up getting all these stumps, because it's not going to be too much more to get all these up. But yeah, it's starting to get late here. It's 1:30 in the morning, so one of those that yeah. I was up until, like I said, I was up until 3:30 last night, and had my daughter kicking me in the back at about 7:30. So I'm kind of already behind on sleep. My sleep debt has racked up, and it's my fault. It's 100% my fault. It's don't think that because I'm pointing it out that I'm like blaming my daughter or anything like that. It's 100% my fault. I chose to stay up that late. Like I said, I was working on all the map updates and map tours. There were 2 new maps that came out yesterday and 6 maps that, well, technically 7, but I think Bucks County, PA, it was the same exact update that came out, but I think it was a fix on the mislabel that was the mislabeling on the version number that was being shown for Bucks County. So there was technically 7 updates, but only 6 of them needed to actually be discussed. And again, those who are new to the channel, what I tend to do in regards to like a normal map tour, I'm sure a lot of us are very familiar with the map tours and whatnot. I show various points of interest and I highlight any kind of key items or special kind of areas that are kind of unique to the map itself, kind of thing. But what I also do, which I don't know too many other YouTubers who do this, is I do map updates, and specifically I will go through the entire changelog, and where I can I will actually show the updates as they have taken place. So it's just kind of a running log of well, I should say a running video log of all the various updates that have occurred. And like I said, last night there were 6 individual maps that had come out, and one of them was a massive update. So one of those where it was Gumpin. It's a really, really long name, but it starts with Gumpin. And the changelog for it was absolutely massive. One of the longest changelogs I've seen in any update, really. And I should put that as a caveat. It might not be the longest, but it was one of the longest that was like unrelated to like like each line item was its own unique update, to where other changelogs I've seen that have been that long are kind of a long explanation of the same change. So an example of that is recently here on Bucks County, as a matter of fact, I think it's TNT Modding, put out a update into their changelog that basically shows, what's going on here? That basically shows the different feed types and feeds that are available for the animals, and it's all related to that kind of new combination of food and food types that each of the animals will take. But this one was oh, well, we added this, took away this, added uh, added signage in front of all the factories, just so on and so forth. There was all unique individual line item uh, stuff for the changelog. So yeah, that's what caused me to stay up so late last night. Let's see, we are so close to being all done with the Devour, with just this whole kind of wood. Whoops, there's you know what? Something that just dawned on me, and I don't know why. I don't know why it's just kind of hitting me. I don't need this trailer. I don't need the trailer. Like, why am I taking it around and just... Alright, let's get rid of that. That's fine. Now I can just deal with... Whoops. I'm taking that trailer around the whole entire time, and I'm like, oh, I keep bumping into it, or I keep limiting my turn radius. Ugh. The brain is working slow at 1:30 in the morning. Let's see. Rusty Money said, okay, Rusty Money says, you're welcome, everyone. So yeah, we are all caught up with the chat. Oops. There we go. And I don't think... I'm going to hang on to the Devour for a little while, even after where I think I'm all done. And the reason I'm going to do that is just in case I miss a stump somewhere, I don't want to have to release this. So I think it's just going to be one of those that... Ooh. I think we're almost done. Are we? Come on. You can do it. There we go. We got the little tractor that could. I think you can. I think you can. I think you can. There we go. All right. Now, I'm going to ask a question to everyone out there, and I want everybody to be truthful and honest. Are you ready for this one? How many people, or is it just me, but how many people out there, every time I take out a tree or take out a stump, does the song from Queen just pop into their head? Another one bites the dust, and another one gone, and another one gone, another one bites the dust. Is it just me? It's one of those I completely understand if it's just me, because, again, maybe about, what, 4.5, 5 hours of sleep last night? And we're working at doing that all over again tonight. But that's okay. Honestly, what it boils down to is I just have so much fun doing this, doing the live streams. Now that you mention it. That was by far the best answer I have ever had. Thank you, Nuclear Salmon, for that. Thank you. But now I guarantee that if you weren't thinking that, you're going to have that song stuck in your head for at least a little while. All right, look at that, I think. Oh, wait, nope. Started getting ahead of myself. I started getting cocky. Oh my goodness. So again, those who are not familiar with me in these streams, typically the later that we get, again, 1:39 right now, the later that we get, the sillier I tend to be. So yeah, a lot of people they tend to hope that I go later into the evening, because yeah, then things get a little bit silly. It gets fun. It gets really fun. So, see, I thought I was almost done, but guess that was just wishful thinking. That's great. A very good song. Yes, it is a very good song. I mean, Queen has tons of good songs. It's like, I'm trying to think of, "We Will Rock You" or "We Are the Champions." They've got, oh goodness, why am I blanking on it now? Fat Bottom Girls. They got, I mean, there's just so many just good classic songs. We are. Let's take a look at something here real quick. Let's zoom in. Oof. I was hoping we were getting close, but we really aren't, are we? We still got quite a ways to go. All right, looks like I kind of picked it up right over here. So, where are we? Oof. Okay, well, enough gawking, more doing. It's one of those that I wish that there was a better tool for the job here that didn't necessarily cost a whole lot. Bohemian Rhapsody, thank you. Yes, that's a great one right there. I see a silhouette of a man's got a moose, do the fandango. Oh my goodness. Now I'm gonna have like Queen on the mind, and I'm gonna probably wake up tomorrow and turn on Spotify and just start jamming out. Can't do it tonight because everybody's asleep in my house besides me. And here in a little bit, I'm gonna get to do my best ninja impression. I get to sneak into my bedroom because, like I said, we're hosting, all of the in-laws here. We've got my daughter in the same room as us, and yeah, I get to tiptoe. And the even better part is we've got 3 dogs, and they just, well, a lot of it's because they're getting older and all that. They're I think 2 of them are above 10, and the other one's approaching 10. So it's one of those. I don't think they just, like anybody who's reached a certain age, they just don't care anymore, kind of thing. So they will go trotting into the room, or they will just kind of walk up against the wall. I think one of them specifically is starting to go blind because of age, unfortunately. But he's still, very happy and healthy kind of thing. He runs around and does all sorts of stuff. But in low light situations, I've noticed he tends to kind of, walk up against things so he kind of knows his way around kind of thing. Well, he's been walking up against the wall, and as he walks, his tail kind of smacks up against the wall and creates excess noise. So one of those that I've been having to kind of lead him, especially at night, because again, having the kid in the room, I have to keep all the lights turned off and really kind of ninja my way in there. And getting 3 dogs into, oh, excuse me, sorry about that. That one really just snuck up on me. Having 3 dogs and having them sneak into the room on top of yourself, it can be pretty interesting. It's a very intense game of Russian roulette, And any parent out there knows exactly what I'm talking about. There we go. We are just... We are just chugging along here. I am so... I'm so happy about this. Like, I know there might be some people out there, it's like, well, why are you so excited about this? I mean, this is, you created a field, you know, it's what you do kind of thing. But it's one of those that I set myself out a goal and I did it. I like, look at that. Look. I set up a goal and I achieved the goal. And it's one of those that I'm getting the anybody who watches YouTube may be familiar with a YouTuber called Angry Cops, and he's a former or no, I think he's current Army sergeant, who's also a police officer in the Buffalo area, I believe, Buffalo, New York. And anybody familiar with his content will know what I'm getting ready to talk about. It's called the coveted POB, aka Pat on Back. And that's just what I'm doing right now, is I'm giving myself a little attaboy. You know, I set myself up a goal and I achieved it, and I'm thrilled with it. You know, like I said, it's one little step at a time. You know, we started with an entire forest with a huge undergrowth or underbrush of all these bushes. Then we were able to plow it all out. Then we were able to cut all the trees. Now we're here getting all the stumps of what kind of remains. So, yeah, in the end, it's... in the end, I'm happy. In the end, I'm just so thrilled that I was able to do this and get it to where we are now. And I am thankful for all the people who were on earlier who, when I opened the poll to decide, you know, hey, should I use a Devourer or not? I want to thank the people who said yes. Because otherwise we'd still be here just chugging along, picking up all the wood and converting it into wood chips the other way we were doing, which was taking quite some time. Let's see. So here we go. Jump the gun, that one. Alright, we're starting to get close. Like I said, I think that once we get all this, all the stumps kind of picked up, or at least the ones that I can see with ease, then I think we're gonna wrap up this particular live stream. Again, I want to thank everybody so much who come out tonight. We're not ending it just yet, but we're starting to. But I wanted to thank everyone one more time. I wanted to thank Rusty Money again for doing the raid. I greatly appreciate it. It's one of those that, like I said, it gave me a chance to interact and, you know, be introduced to new people. And like I said, I'm just grateful. I'm absolutely grateful. You know, Rusty Money here, you know, with the raid. There was KJ Wiggums a while ago, which I still feel really bad and guilty over. He ended up, KJ Wiggums put out a post to kind of reemphasize what happened. Put out a post a few months ago, and I just didn't see it. Encouraging his audience to come out to my channel. And it was one of those that, because I was a mentioned, and YouTube holds mentions in a completely different section of uh, of the comments. I just didn't realize that that was a thing. I didn't know that there were people out there talking about me, and that I had to go to a completely different section of the comments to be able to see when they were talking about me. So it was one of those that when I did come across it, did see it, um, I felt bad because I made no mention of it to KJ Wiggums. And it was one of those where he had stopped into the stream a couple of times, I believe, afterwards, um, without me acknowledging it whatsoever. So when I realized that that was the case, I felt horrible. I felt really, really bad because, he did me a great service. Didn't have to send the shout out, didn't have to, just like Rusty Farmer didn't have to, you know, do the raid tonight. So one of those that I greatly, greatly appreciate it. And greatly appreciate all of you who come over and hung out. Let's see, I think we're done. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, I love it. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. While I'm thinking of it, there's a pit right here, and I wonder, can I raise it to kind of even it out? Raises. Oh no! Oh, what am I doing? Ah. You know what? That's okay. It just occurred to me I still have to plow out a bunch of the areas here. That's okay. That's okay. Let's try this again. Turn up the intensity. Whoa! Let's turn down the intensity. Oh, you know what? How about we level? Yeah, there we go. Now that's... Ooh. And now let's soften. Okay. That might still be... yeah, no, that still needs to... Still needs to come up just a bit. And now let's soften. Okay. Okay. I think that'll work. Gonna have to come back here with the plow, but I think that'll be okay. Let's see. Nuclear Salmon, no! Out of curiosity, does anybody know the reference I'm getting ready to throw out here just real quick before we go? Anybody aware of the show The Office, and specifically the American version with what's his name? It plays Michael Scott. What was his name? Steve something. Anyways, the guy who plays Michael Scott, and the scene where the HR rep, the guy who he absolutely cannot stand, comes in from being like away from the company, and all of a sudden Michael Scott just looks at him. He's like, no, please, God, no, and he's just screaming at the top of his lungs the moment he steps into the room. Oh, that's what I feel like this just moment was. But that's okay, because I still have to plow. Oh, goodness. All right, but I think this is going to be where we leave it for tonight, y'all. I greatly, greatly appreciate everybody who showed up tonight. This was a fantastic live stream. I hope everybody has enjoyed it. and let's give us our sign off. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you did, please show me by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things the algorithms enjoy you doing. That shows you're engaged with this channel and enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope you have a fantastic day, night, evening, wherever you are. Take care. Oh, and you know what? Sorry, before I forget, if I knew how to do raids, I would recommend it myself. But you know what? Maybe I'll reach out to Rusty and maybe he can explain it to me. I don't know. Is it just something that like if anybody is available to continue on and go out there, go out and find somebody. I like I said, I'm gonna do some research tonight and try and figure that out because that was a really amazing thing that y'all did. I greatly appreciate it. Anyways, have a fantastic night, evening, wherever you are in the world. Take care.